Right, we are ready to start. Good evening and welcome to tonight's meeting of Burnside Council, opening at 7:01. We are still spaced appropriately according to COVID restrictions in the chamber. We are not yet able to welcome you to the chamber because of these restrictions, but as soon as they are removed, the community will be invited back. This is our first meeting for 2021, and I remind you that under our new meeting procedures, our meeting cannot go beyond 10:30 p.m. We have a very full agenda with 4 deputations, all related to Tusmore Park Wading Pool. You have a 3-minute limit, I remind you, on speaking time, and only 1 question is permitted at a time. I remind you to be respectful of each other and their opinions during these debates and not interrupt the person speaking. Please stand for the acknowledgements. We acknowledge that the land we meet on today is the traditional land of the Kaurna people and that we respect their spiritual relationship with their country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the original custodians of the Adelaide region and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still important to the Kaurna people today. We also pay respect to the cultural authority of Aboriginal people visiting and attending from other areas of South Australia and Australia. On behalf of the City of Burnside, I gratefully acknowledge and pay respect to those who have sacrificed their lives for this country and its people. And we pray for understanding and guidance in our debate as we make decisions that will impact on the lives of all who reside, study, work in or visit the City of Burnside. Grant us wisdom as we serve our community. Please be seated. Thank you. No, we can't do that till 11. Oh, okay. Right, okay. Yep. I've just had it pointed out to me that when we get to 10:30, there can be a move for 1 extension until 11 p.m. So sorry about that. In the case of an emergency, an alarm will sound and then please follow the directions of the staff. I remind you that all council meetings are live streamed through the council's website and a copy of the agenda is also available by downloading from this website. Please raise your hand to indicate when you wish to speak, and use your microphones when speaking. It's been a while, so just make sure your microphones are tilted down so that they're towards your mouth, not up in the air. Switch them off when you have finished speaking. Usual meeting etiquette and protocols apply during the meeting, and I ask you now to turn off your mobile phones or place them on silent during the debates. Apologies. There is one late apology from Councillor Piggott. He's actually currently attending an Era Water Audit Committee meeting, and he will get here as soon as practicable. Leave of absence. There are no leave of absences that have been declared to me. Declaration of interest. Is there anyone who wishes to declare an interest? No? We'll move on then. Confirmation of minutes. I need a mover. Thank you, Councillor Davey.
I just have a minor change to make on the top of page 14. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to mention this, and it's virtually a slip rule. Where it says it's motions on notice 13.1, and as it goes over into page 14, requires the planning controls to be able to control the increasing in urban infill. So I just want that increasing change to increase, please. That makes much more sense. Yes, thank you. Otherwise they're fine.
Didn't turn them on. Seconded by Councillor Hughes. All in favour? Carried. We don't have any adjourned business. No public question time. We do have a presentation from our Audit Committee Chair, Mr David Powell, so I'll invite David to come in. I think perhaps might make it easier. If you'd like to sit in Councillor Davis's seat, perhaps, Mr Powell? Is that all right, Matt? Or have I wrecked your organisation? It's okay.
Great.
Right, when you are ready, Mr Powell.
Thanks, Mayor. Oh. Good evening, everybody. I'm David Powell. I'm the presiding member of the Audit Committee, and I'm presenting my third report back to you since 2017. The committee met on 6 occasions during 2020, and we considered a range of matters within the terms of reference for the committee. In accordance with the duties under the Local Government Act and the terms of reference, the committee reviewed the 2019-20 general purpose financial statements and met with your external auditors, Dean Newbury, and discussed matters arising from their audit. They issued an unqualified audit opinion of the financial statements, and on the 26th of October 2020, the committee resolved that we were satisfied with the financial statements. They presented fairly the state of affairs of the council, and we forwarded that to the council for consideration and your subsequent adoption. Certainly like to thank and acknowledge the work of the finance team in preparing the accounts. There's a lot of work involved with that. Just reflecting on last year, we did have, obviously we were impacted by COVID as well, so we had a couple of our early meetings via Zoom, but then we were able to meet towards the end of the year in person, which is a good thing. Just a few other matters that we discussed during the year, particularly around financial budgeting and reporting. We reviewed the policy protocol report or table that we review annually, and to keep track of what policies still need to be reviewed. We reviewed the annual business plan and budget. We reviewed regional subsidiaries' periodical financial results, obviously the annual report. We had a report on new accounting standards which applied in this last year. We reviewed budgets for the 3 quarterly reviews. We received a report on long-term financial plan assumptions and parameters, and also reviewed an application for additional loan facility for the City of Burnside. As part of our internal audit work, we reviewed their plan, and we did receive internal audits in relation to tree management, asset management, fixed term contracts. During the year, we reviewed and recommended for approval by the council policies in relation to taxation and superannuation, the prudential policy, financial delegations, a street numbering policy, and discretionary rates rebate policy. And also a fraud, corruption, misconduct and malice administration prevention policy. Under the external audit we reviewed the interim audit management letters, and we discussed actions undertaken by administration, and we also assessed the independence of the council auditors. We've been active in working alongside and providing greater oversight over the regional subsidiaries, and during this period we did receive a report on Brownhill Keswick Creek Stormwater Project. Just a few other things we're involved with. We certainly had updates on the council's response to COVID-19, reviewed the strategic risk register, work health and safety register, development of the WHS plan, an updated risk management policy, and also obviously our own work plan. So I'd certainly like to thank the Mayor, Councillor Henske, Councillor Jones and independent member Stephen Coates for their valued contribution and the work of the committee, and look forward to working with you again next year. Thanks for the opportunity to work with you in this way. Happy to take questions if you want, and or necessary, maybe.
Councillor Dawes.
Thank you, David. Always pleased when you come in each year.
Thanks.
And I do recognise the work of the Audit Committee over the past 2 years. Just as a result of the Ombudsman report, I am assuming that the Audit Committee is going to ask our auditors to undertake a more rigorous examination of our credit card expenses this next financial year, over and above reviewing a sample number of expenses, as is the norm with audits. Is that the way you believe? I know you can't speak on behalf of the committee, but is that what you believe would be a appropriate response to the Ombudsman report?
Thanks for the question. It's a fair question. It's certainly something that it's fair to say that since that period, 2015 and 17, which was the period under review by the Ombudsman, there's been a lot of significant work that's been done in relation to our policies, for one, and also the level of oversight that's actually happening, 3 levels of oversight of those transactions. If anything, I suspect the credit card transactions would be more looked at than any other transaction in the organisation. I think more than happy to have that discussion with the external auditors in relation to their approach with that area. I wouldn't expect them to look at every credit card transaction because that would be unrealistic, probably cost us a lot. They'd probably want to charge us for it. But I think that would like them to certainly have a look and see how well we're doing now in terms of the levels of layers of controls that have now been put in place since that period. So I think that would be relevant. So it's certainly not the responsibility of the audit committee itself to review all the transactions.
I understand
That's
that.
not how we work, but happy to talk to the external auditors about their approach as we discuss their external audit plan for the current financial year for 2021.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, David, for coming along tonight. I just had one query in relation to risk management and risk identification in terms of climate change and the implications for that, and what the work plans whether that's been looked at in the work plan and that overall aspect.
Absolutely. Happy to answer that question. Certainly, the area of climate change was an area that I've been fairly adamant about us looking at from a risk management perspective. So probably for at least the last 18 months I've been raising that as something we really do need to address. We certainly do now have climate change as a strategic risk for the council, and it is something that we are considering in relation to that. Obviously we may have some different climate change impacts than other councils, maybe different than perhaps you might see if you're in the Hills phase zone, although we're very close to that clearly. But also coastal councils are perhaps considering different things in relation to that. But I'm quite satisfied that we have identified it as a risk. It is a risk that has a long lead time in the sense that it's not something we need to address immediately, but it's something we need to have a considered plan for, and I believe that we're certainly looking to do that. So it is one of those sort of long-term risks that need to be considered. Absolutely. Thanks.
Are there any other questions? Failing there being any other questions, I'd like to thank David in particular for coming along tonight and giving his report. And I'd also like to just recognise and acknowledge the Emma Hinchley, who is our new member of the Audit Committee, who is out there in the foyer. She's just given a wave. So she's just come along to listen tonight as well. So welcome, and thank you again, David.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thanks, everyone.
Now we have 4 deputations, and Matt, do you think it'll be okay? We're just finding out whether Councillor Davis is coming, so...
I think this will be fine. I haven't heard back if he's coming or not, so until he shows up, let's take...
That's what we thought, and even if he does, there will still be a spare seat in Councillor Piggott's, assuming he's not here yet as well. So, sorry? Councillor Davis? Okay, all right. It's just that he didn't tell us. Would it be a good idea for us to know? Yeah. Okay. All right, so I'll call upon the first deputy, who is Ms. Rebecca Jeans. Now, Rebecca, I think you've done one of these before.
I have, yes.
So you know you have a 5-minute limit with a warning bell at 4. I just ask you to say who you are and what suburb you live in before you begin. And as I said, you'll get a warning bell. And please, of course, stay for any questions at the end. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and elected members. I'm Rebecca Jeans from Hazelwood Park, and I've been a resident of Burnside for over 60 years. The current Tusmore wading pool has been enjoyed by the families of Burnside for decades and is a very popular facility. I acknowledge the pool needs refreshing, but the proposed designs are problematic on a number of fronts. Firstly, this pool is heritage listed, and if you as a council expect and at times insist that local heritage rules are observed, surely it is prudent that you do the same. Secondly, I note that these grand designs were made during COVID restrictions. The pool was empty and the park was practically empty because gatherings were restricted. It's just common sense that any plans for a future use of an area should involve an understanding of its current use. Anyone who's actually seen the park on a hot day will know that it's often at capacity, and increasing numbers, which will be the inevitable result of a bells and whistles pool, will ultimately degrade the amenity of the whole park. I'm at the park virtually every day and can speak with authority as to how crowded the park, the pool, the very limited parking space and the surrounding streets are on a fine weekend in particular, but also on hot weekdays and evenings. And families will even arrive and put towels down at 5 in the morning to reserve a spot. Carving off the large area around the pool as proposed not only creates access problems for other park users, you're creating a proxy junior swimming centre. This will take business and therefore revenue from the Burnside Swimming Centre. It will be a ratepayer funded facility that will provide wider Adelaide metropolitan area with a perceived free pool, a little wet and wonderful. I appreciate the park is not only for Burnside residents, but it's not sensible to spend our money this way. Could some of these designs, which are good and look like fun, be incorporated into the George Bolton Swimming Centre, which is already set up with appropriate facilities, including lifeguards? Which leads me to the issue of safety. Up to 5 years of age, which is roughly the target age group for the wading pool, children require what is known as active supervision, which means the supervising adult should be within arm's length of the child, and for younger children, in the water with them. These are the recommendations of the Royal Lifesaving Society and are signposted at our local swimming centre. So picture this. You supply free entry to a whiz-bang junior water park. It's hot, it's packed. The fencing extends metres from the pool perimeter at some points, so that parents can, if they wish, or if crowding dictates, sit at considerable distance from their charges. Active supervision becomes impossible, and let's face it, people become distracted by conversation, their phones, and also alcohol, as it is not a dry park. So are you as a council obliged to employ a lifeguard? Royal Lifesaving Australia guidelines, which I have here, would suggest that you are. This then involves provision of safety equipment. Also, I would think policing of behaviours and possibly even numbers on a crowded day. Will nappy disposal bins be provided? And who will call for the evacuation of the pool when the inevitable faecal contamination occurs? This current wading pool is targeted at the younger child. I can envisage large parties and groups of older children that will just ride roughshod, making it impossible for the toddlers to safely enjoy a dip. The Burnside Swimming Centre is already set up for policing these issues. There's a second safety issue I wish to raise. This is an area where infants are nappy changed and children are undressed. A large crowded area with 4 exit points close to a toilet block and park exits seems ill-considered to me. So in summary, heritage, lead by example please. Crowding, this is a little pool and it's often at capacity. Increasing numbers will degrade the experience for all users and local residents. Cost, we have the Burnside Swimming Centre. It's time for the council to show some financial restraint. And safety, the current wading pool refurbished with a small area appropriately safety fenced and reduced exit points is the way to go. I think that the KISS principle should apply here. This is Tusmore Park, not Central Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Jeans. Is there anyone who wishes to ask a question? No? Well, yes?
Yep.
Yes, councillor?
Thank you, Rebecca. You've made some very pertinent points on many fronts, and one thing I did was go to the park on Australia Day, and yes, I did see hundreds of people, and it was fantastic. People enjoying the park.
And the pool's empty.
And the pool's empty. I said, look, no pool, but look, we've got a crowd. How wonderful, and everyone had a wonderful experience. So I've noticed that happening on a few occasions, and I've also noticed a wonderful biodiversity area that I believe the volunteers in the residents have developed. So the biodiversity zone that's been created over 10 years. My question is, oh, yes. So my question leading to that, yes, was, I just love talking about this park, but my question is, would the community like to see more biodiversity extending through that park instead of kikuyu grass lawns?
I can't speak for the community, but I think the lawns are very important because they provide open area for. Well, somebody came and mowed a cricket pitch there the day before Australia Day, and took over the back oval, and you know that's good to see from time to time. So I think those open areas are really important, and you know I think fencing off a huge area at the back is really problematic for some of the reasons that I spoke to, but also just losing that opportunity to spread your picnic rugs where you want to, and particularly if it blocks the use of that bridge at the back, because that central arched bridge is actually quite difficult for some people to use. It's also heritage, but it's quite difficult, and it would mean having to go down to the bridge at the Stirling Street end of the park.
And would the alternative to a wading pool would be a wetland that can be used by children to put the little boats in, enjoy the frogs and biodiversity, and then go to the George Bolton Swimming Centre, like you said?
I'm always in favour of nature play and that sort of thing, but I do, look, I think once again, people would hate to lose that pool, but I think you have to strike a balance between losing the pool, which is a heritage pool, and just making it so popular and that you overrun the place, and that's what will happen. And as I said, it's a toddler's pool. You know what bigger kids do when they get around en masse. It'll become unpleasant for everybody.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you, Ms. Deans.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Now, second deputy is Ms. Annette Hurley. I'll invite her to come forward. And Councillor Davis, do you want to go back to your seat, or you okay there for now? All right. Sorry, we just took your seat because we didn't know whether you're coming or not. Okay. All right. Annette, you probably heard what I said before.
Yes.
5 minutes with a warning bell at 4. Just please state your name and what suburb you're from, and then off you go.
My name is Annette Hurley and I live in Tusmore. I'm very happy to note the recommendation for this item that the size of the fenced area should be reduced, and I appreciate the recognition given to the responses by the community on this issue, and thank Council for intention to act on that residents' feedback. However, I do see in the report it talks about families setting up picnic rugs near the pool with one adult at the pool and the other nearby. Now, this would be a likely scenario on the weekend, but not during the week when it's usually only one parent with their children. And it seems to me that it would be very dangerous if having a fenced off area would then indicate to parents that if they went to a first child in the pool, that the second child would be safe because of the fence. Because with people coming and going all the time, and it is very busy, there is no guarantee that a child couldn't slip through one of the gates of the fenced areas. And with a smaller area, other parents are much more likely to notice that something's going on. On the weekend, on the other hand, when families do come, rather than a little picnic rug, you see every weekend people coming in with folding tables and chairs, with food, with drinks, and very often with birthday presents. And I think it's very likely that gates are going to be propped open to allow this, all this equipment to be brought in. So there is a significant risks there. And also when a largish number of people are able to be accommodated within the fenced area, there are so many more parents coming and going, and also taking children to the toilets and playground. So, and really not everyone is going to be careful to ensure that only their children are coming through. So I would like to reiterate on safety grounds firstly, that the fence be as close to the pool area as possible so that parents have good visibility. And I can't see why that needs to be more than 1 to 3 metres, say. So that there are not too many people within the fenced area. And I would also like to reiterate that the pool is used a lot, 2 months of the year, fairly frequently for another 2 months, but for the rest, the 8 months of the year, it's virtually unused. And for those of us residents who use it constantly, every day, all year, we would like to have as much of the park as possible open and available for us to use. Now, I'm not saying it won't be good to have the wading pool back. I enjoy seeing people use it, and when I've been out walking, I've heard many people lament that it hasn't been open this year. So I'm not opposed to it, and I'm looking forward to seeing the pool and surrounding areas enjoyed by many new generations to come. That's my brief summary, and I'd just like to thank Council for listening to me and for having given me assistance during the lead up to this, in particular the Mayor, Peter Cornish, Lillian Henschke and Julian Carboni. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone who has a question for Annette? No? Yes, Councillor Lemon.
Actually, I do have a question, but I'll show my ignorance here too. When you talk, thank you very much for coming in. Very interesting what you were saying in terms of the size of the fence. When you were talking about a parent being in the fence and the parent being outside, it immediately struck me, I have no idea how tall this fence is going to be. Because this is it, you see. And if it's a ring lock fence that's about this tall, you can just leap it, you know? Yes. You don't even have to use the fence or the gates. So I just, well, I just wondered, but we will find out later, because I don't recall seeing the height of the fence in my readings.
No, we don't have many detail about much detail about what the fence is going to look like or what height it will be. And I know there are a couple of families of delightful young children who are only about 4 or 5 and have a great ability to scale whatever obstacles are put in their way around the park.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, is there anyone else who wishes to ask a question? Councillor Henschke, question this time?
Yes, only one. Thank you, Annette, very much. The biodiversity in the area has attracted koalas. Tussie, the koala, Stanley, I've met Stanley on Australia Day. I understand these koalas do drink from the existing wading pool. Does the community have any thoughts as to how to help these koalas going forward if this happens?
Yes, I think the residents in the area are very happy to put around water for the koalas, but we do like to see animals using the area, and I think we all like to have increased biodiversity, and I think visitors to the park like to see that too. They like their children to run riot around the park and up and down the creek, and to see animals and different plants around. It's very good for them, and I do think we should try to minimise the human footprint as much as possible in the park.
Oh, is there anyone else who wishes to ask a question? All right, well, thank you very much, Annette, for coming in and making your presentation. Now I'll ask Ms. Meredith Ide to come forward, please. Welcome, Meredith. Now, I know that you're familiar with this process, having been a councillor in a past life. Yes. So, 5 minutes, warning bell at 4. If you could just state your name and your suburb, please.
Meredith Ide, I'm a member, and I live currently at Felixstowe, but I have lived at Rosalind Park for 38 years subsequently, and for 40 years I've been a member of the Burnside Historical Society. Now, a lot of what I was going to say, some of it's been said, but basically I was a young mother. When I was a young mother, used the Tusmore Park wading pool and founded a safe, well-loved leafy sanctuary. And I know friends who came with me too, they felt the same. It's a unique and free facility shared with residents and others outside the city, and the families relaxing, having good relaxing times and summertime picnics I can remember too. Nevertheless, in the report, the pool has many ailments, as some of us do, and does not meet current legislative standards, and now one might say public explanations. It needs to be upgraded. Page 189, point 21 of the report states there's a potential for the nature of the pool to be altered to address contemporary standards and expectations. And just, I'd like you to think about this last bit, while still meeting the intent of the heritage listing. How will this happen? The wading pool opened February 1966. It's identified on the local heritage register, location listed as Tusmore, item titled Children's Wading Pool, zone number 7.12, plaque number 713, as it displays historical, economic and social themes that are important to the local area. In the report, heritage is mentioned in a cursory way, with no specific emphasis on the importance of heritage in situ. Perhaps it's indicative that some people today view the past as the past, not worth considering. Do they think we need to move on, as some sectors of society seem to demand it? Ignore heritage entirely? We should value the Tusmore location, part of this city's heritage. It is listed for a reason. We can't just say we value heritage, but not really demonstrate by showing it outwardly. And when a specific local heritage place is to be upgraded or replaced, we should mention heritage somewhere and close by. In conjunction with whatever option is voted for tonight, I suggest that an interpretive panel be erected adjacent to the pool, displaying the history, original basic features with images to educate residents, ratepayers and the visiting public to understand the true value of this nearly 55-year-old facility. Think about it, as a council, 60 in 5 years, so that's worth celebrating. The Burnside pool has descriptive signs. Unfortunately, Dawn Fraser did not feature at Tusmore. Simple was all we knew in the 60s when I was growing up. No whiz-bang technology, surveys, no real public expectations. We valued what we had. Burnside Historical and Cultural Officer, the majority of you voted for this position a couple of years ago. She could oversee the gathering of resources for the panel, an opportunity to capture more residents' memories via Engage Burnside and other means, and dig into their archives to create a collage of memories, written and images. Burnside Historical Society initiated 2 such interpretive panels, as some of you would know, in Belliette and Moorcroft Reserves, 2012 and 2017. Council organised the installation. Collectively, you are all custodians of heritage items within Burnside and responsible for protecting them, so no item is inadvertently removed accidentally, deliberately or through ignorance. Look at the list of Burnside heritage items, and the councillors, if you have one readily available, you can go out and look at the ones in your area, become familiar with them. Ask questions of planning if you need extra information. The past is with us. Observe, learn, and understand what heritage means and educate others.
Thank you, Mrs. Ide. Councillor Lemon.
I actually don't have a question. I just want to say thank you very much for coming here tonight, and thank you for the 40 years you've had as a member of the Burnside Historical Society. I actually think what you just said to us was really inspirational, and without you continuing to fight the fight, we wouldn't have heard it. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Henschke.
Thank you, Meredith. The Tusmore gates on Tusmore Park, I notice them as well every now and then, but we don't talk about them in our reports.
They're in one of our newsletters.
Yes.
Actually, there was some misinformation given to us, and Colin Harris, one of our members, corrected it in another issue. Yes.
So this site, the Tusmore Park, is full of remnants of history, the whole site. Do you think we need to look at the site as a whole?
Well, you could refer to some of it, but I'd have to consider that.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, as you know, the plaque was stolen off of the gate,
Oh, yes.
off the gate post. Is there anyone else who wishes to ask a question? Councillor Hughes.
Thank you for your presentation, deputation, sorry. I was just wondering how you would see that we could replace the pool but still incorporate some of those heritage elements into the project.
Well, to me, the heritage elements weren't elaborated at all in the report, and that's why I said that bit, while still meeting the intent of heritage listing, that should have been explained. And, I mean, there are ways of doing things, but with all the modern gizmos and materials used, I just don't think that's 100% possible.
All right. Failing there being any other questions, thank you very much, Mrs. Ide, for coming in.
Yep.
And thank you for answering our questions as well. Our fourth deputy is Ms. Carol Putland. So please come forward, Carol. And you've heard this same blurb from the 4 minute warning
Thank
bell.
you.
And just state your name and the
Yes.
suburb you come from. Thank
Carol
you.
Putland. I live in Heathpool. I'm not a ratepayer. However, I'm in close proximity to the end of the Oval. I have a view of the end of the Oval, and I moved 3 years ago back to Adelaide after 25 years in Melbourne to be in this particular area because of the ambience and the nature of the park that this particular spot was next to. So that's my reason for being here. I volunteer with the biodiversity group up in Karatatu, overseen by Dr. Mark Ellis. I get a bit of, my husband and I get a little bit of flack from some of the workers in your council for being too fixated on biodiversity. I'm not fixated on biodiversity, it's not my background at all, but they should be more so, I think, and they have agreed to some of the things we've asked for, or suggested, let's say. We came to this area because of the ambience, and the park is quite beautiful and in its own way quite unique. 2 minutes up the road from this park is the Hazelwood Park Swim Centre, the George Bolton Swim Centre, and if there's money to be spent on upgrading any of the attributes or the facilities, this is where that money should be spent. It's all in the same council. My other vested interest in this is that I have a son who just lives in Seaton Avenue on the other side of the swim centre with 2 granddaughters, so I've been through the process of having them swim or paddle in the wading pool right through to now swimming laps in the pool up the road. Everything I've thought of and wanted to say has really been covered in one way or another by the previous speakers, and very well covered, I would say. So I'm going to throw open something quite different and say if you wanted to make a big difference and you were brave enough for this sort of change, you'd say, okay, well, let's make it into a little biodiverse pond. So children can actually come to the pond, maybe even paddle their feet in it, but see and listen to frogs, to little fishes, to lily pads, to all the sorts of things that gather around a pond that could be used all year round, not just, as some of the previous speakers have mentioned, a couple of months of the year. And even when it's open for more than that, half the time it's closed down because of the effluence, not affluence, the effluence in the pool. And at times when I walk there very early in the morning, and I use this park sometimes 3 times a day, once with my little dog, who does not pee in the pool. She hates water. But the whole idea of having a mini Hazelwood Park facility just gets a little silly when you think about not just the money that you've said how much it would cost, 1.5 up to 1.7, 1.8, whatever. It's the maintenance and ongoing maintenance. And in particular, because my background isn't in biodiversity, it's actually in education and communication and technology, and that's where I worked in 2 government departments, 2 different states. And I'd say that from an artistic point of view, from a technical point of view, design point of view, some of those plans are really peculiar. Like you've got this peculiar little sort of appendage that sits out from the wading pool that is going to be very hard to maintain, having had a pool, and to recycle water in that. And what's the purpose? To make it a kind of a fake creek? It just sort of doesn't make any sense. The undulation around the pool shape itself is quite organic, suits the area, suits the people who use it. It certainly needs refurbishing, there's no doubt about that, and the first thing I saw when I came there was the blue cover over the top is really, it was quite out of place, but that's a different aspect. If you had a pool that was full of creatures and so on that would look after itself pretty well, you wouldn't need that, but that's another side. I don't think any council is probably going to be brave enough to take on that, that side of it. I do think that the shower block part that I saw recently, and it was very hard for me not being in the area to find enough information to really have an idea about this, but that seemed to be a very strange thing to do. If I had little children under 2, I wouldn't be taking them over there one at a time while one stayed in the pool to shower. That's not what happens, but anyway, that's probably a minor point. There was one thing about that is the night use or the evening use of this sort of thing, people with knowing what happens in that park. You'd have quite a few older people who would go along, turn taps on and annoy the neighbours or whatever they do. It just doesn't seem, if it's not supervised, it's quite unsuitable to that park. So given that I've said everybody here has really covered most of the things I would say, except that I did measure the pool and I did look at what you were, I think what you were proposing for a fence, which would be a fence-sized pool, a pool fence, and no one, to my recollection that I can find, has ever drowned in that pool. I do wonder why, if you're having a fence around the pool. The other day, the water was up 3 metres in front of our place. Why aren't you fencing the creek? You know, it doesn't make any, it's not logical. That's my feeling. So thank you very much for your attention. And I do hope you come up with something that will be sort of suitable for most of the people who use the pool. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Putland. Is there anyone who wishes to ask Carol a question? Right, if there is no one, thank you very much for coming along, and you're very welcome to stay out in the foyer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, just a little bit of rearranging people. Councillor Piggott is here. Thank you for temporarily sitting at the back there, but we had 2 empty seats when we started the deputations, and then we ended up with none. So sorry about that. We have no petitions, and I'm going to propose, there are a number of items on this agenda that have to be done tonight, but what I am going to propose is that we actually begin with the Tusmore Park wading pool, because we have got 4 deputies in the foyer, and I think it would be a good way to start this evening, unless there is any opposition to that. It's fresh in our minds from the discussion. And then we will move to, now that Councillor Piggott is here, then we'll move back to number 1. Right. There are 1 or 2 items there that we must do tonight. The telecommunications facilities advertisements must be done tonight. So there were 1 or 2 that, I think that was it actually, wasn't it, the only other one? Yeah, so I'll run through, yeah. So I'll go through them all first to find out who wishes to withdraw for debate. So 11.1. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw that one for debate? No one? Councillor Lemon?
That's the Ombudsman's report, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So it has to be withdrawn, yes.
Okay, thank you. 11.2, future budget savings is Councillor Piggott. Subsidiary report, Era Water. All right, failing there being anyone wishing to withdraw it. Many of us attended the meeting where much of this was covered anyway out at Payneham. So you're happy to move it, Councillor Cornish, seconded by Councillor Hughes. All those in favour? Carried. Finance end of month for 11.4. Councillor Davey, you wish to withdraw it? Okay. Asset management plan for trees, Davey. The Tusmore wading pool, who wishes to withdraw it? Henschke. Asset management strategy, Councillor Davey. Council contributions to upgrades. Anyone wish to withdraw that one? Okay, then you're willing to move it, Councillor Dawes, and I think I saw Councillor Lemon up second to second it. So all those in favour? Carried. Telecommunications facilities advertisements. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw that one? Councillor Lemon? No. You've kind of both had your hands up about the same time.
Oh. I was going to pull it, so if you... Yeah, no, that's all right, go on.
Councillor Davey wishes to withdraw it. Mayor's report. Shall I seek a mover then? Councillor Hughes, seconded Councillor Turnbull. All those in favour? Carried. Chief Executive Officer's report. Councillor Henschke, are you withdrawing it for discussion? Yep. Councillor Henschke. Murray-Darling Association. All right, I'll seek a mover. Thank you, Councillor Piggott. Seconded Councillor Lemon. All those in favour? Carried. Subsidiary report from Highbury Landfill. Removing it, Councillor Piggott. Seconded Councillor Davey. All those in favour? Carried. Endorsement of appointment to the War Memorial Hospital Board of Directors. Councillor Lemon and Councillor Davey seconded.
No,
sorry.
I want to pull.
Yeah. You're withdrawing it and Councillor Davey is seconding it. That's what I said.
No.
She wants to debate it.
I'm withdrawing it.
Yes. Oh,
I'm not moving it, I'm withdrawing
okay, sorry, you're withdrawing it. Yes. Councillor Lemon, apologies.
My point was, if I could say, that needs to be done tonight, because that's endorsement of a...
Yes, it's one of those other ones that needs to do. Subsidiary report for Eastern Health. Anyone wish to withdraw it? You happy to move it? Councillor Davey, seconded Councillor Piggott. All those in favour? Carried. Questions on notice you've received. Motions on notice, I'll leave them until after we have gone through these. So, the first one I said we would deal with is Tusmore Park Wading Pool, and that was withdrawn by Councillor Henschke.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just trying to get to the item. Right. Sorry. Okay. So I'm just trying to, my screen's not just coming up, it's just loading up. Sorry. Right. Okay. I, Councillor Henschke, wish to move the following motion.
So you have an alternative? So you have an alternative motion?
Yes. That council note the results of the community consultation at this stage of the project and incorporate the the points made by deputations on the 28th of January 2021, with the view for the administration to report back to the council on a holistic master plan approach to provide residents with the experience, provide residents with a park that values their heritage and provides a experience valued by the community. So, thank you.
I'm just trying to clarify at the moment. All right, go ahead and make your supporting statement for this motion.
Thank you. I'll be brief, but tonight we heard for several minutes several residents and ratepayers speaking tonight regarding this park. The project so far has followed a course of project development, and it's clear that tonight the project development has not gone in the right direction. It is a time now to pause on our project development phase and listen to our residents and ratepayers more deeply, and also in the context of the COVID world we now live in and climate change considerations. We've heard tonight the Chair of the Audit Committee emphasise the need for this council to be cognisant of climate change, and for the City of Burnside to put in another high energy electricity facility, another mini pool, does not sit well with that strategic direction. This motion may not be the best worded motion, but I do hope that it reflects what our community want, and I welcome any amendments that you see fit, perhaps from the administration tonight. If it's not clear to the Chief Executive and his team as to how to progress, I welcome any adjustments from him and your support. Thank you.
I'll seek a seconder. Well, if we don't get a seconder, it won't need to go any further. And if it does go further, I have our CEO ready to answer any questions or make comments. You happy to second it? All right. Thank you. Councillor Piggott. All right. So, Mr. Cowley, you wanted to comment on the motion as it is at the moment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a preliminary thought. I'm concerned that Council has undertaken a process back in March or April where we asked the community whether there was a refurbishment option, a replacement or what other uses could this facility be used for, and then Council considered a subsequent report that has gone out to the community and got considerable feedback. I'm just unsure about changing the process again, how that be received by the community. That's a concern I would have. And sorry, if I may have one more comment. The comments made by the deputations this evening some of them were contradictory of each other in that they were wanting different things. So to incorporate them all into the feedback, there wasn't a consistent theme that would give consistent direction to the officers. There's just some of my concerns, Madam Mayor.
So, Councillor Lemon, you had your hand up first, and then Councillor Dawes.
I won't be supporting this motion.
But I have a point of order. I don't understand.
Stop the clock.
I consider that you can vote. You either support what is written there or you don't. And if you don't understand and don't like it, then you have the opportunity to vote against it. Okay. All right, I have to ask the mover to explain this further.
Through Madam Mayor, the 4 points that I've taken away from the deputations was we don't want to increase the intensification of the site, i.e. the numbers that are attending now are sufficient. We don't want to encourage any more utilisation of that site. There was questions around the practicality of the fence and how that would operate. The inclusion of some historical interpretive signage to acknowledge the historical aspects of the current site. And then there was a suggestion about, rather than installing a wading pool, introduce a biodiversity pond.
Minimising footprint, I think.
Yes, yeah, happy to incorporate that. That was my takeaways from the submissions. I'm happy to be corrected if I've misheard, but I think that...
If we vote for this motion, then the administration will not bring back a report with a wading pool in it.
Minimising the footprint is waiting for.
Can we, through Madam Mayor, the way I'm reading that is if I'm being asked to bring back a holistic master plan approach, I would be throwing out everything that's happened before today and I'll be coming back starting with a blank sheet of paper to do a master plan on that site. Okay. That's the way I'm reading that.
Right, now you can restart completely, Councillor Lemon.
Thank you very much. I won't be supporting this. I've read this report very thoroughly. I also read the comments that the community made, and all the comments that the community made are comments we also heard tonight. They are in this report. We went out to a consultation process. There was a decision made first up. Let's start from the beginning. This is a heritage pool. It is beyond its useful life, and a decision was made to actually replace it. That was a decision we were all part of, and so we went off for a concept design. When we got that, we actually went to the community. From the community, we got 483 valid responses. Now, when you say valid responses, this is from Burnside people, 483. And when you start looking at what those responses said, much of what was said, we heard here tonight. Don't want a fence, don't want the park fenced off, don't need a fence because there's dogs don't get into the pool. We heard this all tonight. It's all in this report as well. I don't understand why we would ignore what 483 people have said because 4 people have come here tonight. Now, I thank them for coming. It is their right to come. It is their right to make a deputation to this council with their personal points of view. But should we be giving those 4 people more weight than the 483 that have gone for option 2? I don't think we should, because what's been said tonight is also in our community consultation. So those responses that we've got that mirror what we heard tonight are already in here, and I don't know whether this is the same people having a second go. And had these people who also said in the consultation, we are so pleased this is going to be coming back because I took my children there and my children took their children there and their children are now taking their children there. Those people would be here giving a deputation as well. So I think the process of democracy is fabulous. I think everybody's had a voice. 483 have had a voice. Majority rules as far as I'm concerned. Officer's report should stand. I will not be supporting this, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I'm thinking of an amendment here, but I want to just throw it forwards to see whether the mover and the seconder would agree to the amendment. So can I do that, Mayor? I've heard what Councillor Lemon has said. However, I always believe when deputations do come forward, it takes a bit of guts to come before this council and give their view. So what I believe may work is that council note the results of the community consultation at this stage of the project and ask administration to respond to the points made by the deputations on the 28th of January in a further administration report. And the last 3 or 4 lines are not included. I think we're going forward too quickly there. So there were some points there I think were not included in the report. So I feel like some of them were, as Councillor Lemon says, but not all of them. I wouldn't mind having administration coming back with a further sub-report. Now, I don't know whether I can make that amendment or not.
Just seeking advice, it appears that this is substantially different from the motion that's on the table.
Okay.
So we can't accept it as an amendment.
Right, thank you.
Sorry? No, it's, having discussed it with the CEO, it's too substantially different. Right, well, I will now move. Councillor Dawes, did you want to speak to the motion?
Can we ask the mover and seconder whether they wish to change their motion to what I suggested?
No.
No, we can't do that either.
No, you can't do that.
Okay, all right, so I can't move that either later
Okay.
on.
All right, thank you. All right, we just have one umpire and not 10, okay? Councillor Carbone, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm sympathetic to what I heard tonight. The points were valid and I agree with them. We don't want another mini Hazelwood Park. I get the points. However, most of the emails and phone calls that I've been receiving from residents are largely in favour of what has been proposed in option 2, which is what Councillor Lemon was saying. However, there was one thing that I will have to admit was not exactly clear, and it's been raised a couple of times tonight, and that is the issue of the fence. And even in the report tonight, it's still not clear what it's going to look like, where it's going to be, and so forth. And that has been overwhelmingly, I mean, the CEO talked about a theme with the responses. I have to say that has been a theme that I've been receiving pretty clear, and again tonight. So I think while I'm not going to support this motion, but while everyone's here, including the deputies, I'm just wondering if the CEO could perhaps provide more clarity on the issues surrounding the fence, what it's going to look like, and where exactly it's going to be, how far away from the pool.
Madam Mayor, I just want to get some clarity from Mr. Cant, but in private.
Yeah.
But I'm happy for the debate to continue on this motion while I seek that.
So if you can...
Look, I'd like to start with I'd like to ask a question, perhaps, if that's okay. And it was really around the, I did two of the deputies a disservice by arriving late, but if you pick up the 4 points that the CEO articulated that came out of the deputations, my question is, in the absence of this getting up, how do they get a seat at the table in the final design? And it strikes me on the 4 of them, heritage strikes me as the easy one, in that we do need to incorporate heritage into whatever we do deliver there. I think that is something that's not covered off as yet. It's probably pretty straightforward to sort out. The biodiversity pond is a far stretch from anything that's gone out, so I fear we can do, and Councillor Henschke is trying to, and I think it's right. I don't know how many they count for, deputations, but they certainly count more than one person responding to a survey with a presentation of 4 models looking actually fairly similar in actual fact. So I think perhaps I am speaking to it, I will speak to it, I am speaking to it, yeah. So, I'm speaking, yeah. I was going to ask, how do we do this if this motion loses? Because when a chief executive answers a question like that, and I don't find fault with him doing that, I think it's very hard to vote for the motion.
Can I just suggest that I answer that as a question and then you restart?
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll try and.
All right.
But
okay.
thank you. Thank you. Look, I think a deputation we do need to give significant weight to. I think they represent more than just themselves, and with a level of passion to actually make them come and do this on a Thursday night. They also, I think, I never heard the first 2, but the fence is very much a question that still is outstanding in regard to our report tonight. There's no question that the 482 people who responded, pretty much 382, 483, I think none of them want a massive pool fence. And while I'm not making the argument that no one's drowned, so therefore we can get away without one, I know we can't, but having it sympathetic is something that does need to happen. And I would like that question answered a bit more fully than perhaps Chris can do tonight before we actually sign off on this thing. So those 2, the intensification again, I guess, we upgrade these facilities, we'll get more people at the park. So we probably can't do much about that. But I do feel that if this motion was not so so firmly responded to perhaps by the CEO, it is something this council should consider getting answers to at least 2 of those 4 questions from the deputations before we press the button on it. Thank you.
CEO has that answer for the question about fencing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just speaking to Mr. Cant.
Sorry, Councillor Davis, can you turn your microphone off, please?
We're certainly cognisant of some of the angst that the fence is causing. And we believe there's an option, if council was of a mind, to proceed with the concept designs on the basis that the concept designs of the wading pool as depicted would proceed, but we would bring back a separate report to council around the different fencing options that could be considered, and also we would go back to our insurers and get further clarity about their requirements from a risk management perspective, so that council can make a fully informed decision just considering that fencing component, which seems to be, to my mind, perhaps the bone of contention at the minute.
Not yet. Is next to speak or ask a question? I'm not sure which.
Can I allow him to go first? Because it.
Sorry, Councillor. I did have my hand up. I apologise, I didn't see it.
Yeah, but you're not in the line of view. All right. There's been a bit of discussion about deputations and how much weight we should ascribe to them. We went out to consultation, and how many, Councillor Emma?
483.
483 people gave their voice and had an opinion on it, and many of them wrote comments in those comments. Those people have every right to have their voice heard, And just because somebody wishes to come and give a deputation and speak again on the issue doesn't necessarily mean they're more passionate. Second of all, if you listen to the deputations, they're not all saying that it shouldn't go ahead. Some of them were describing fond memories that they had of the wading pool, and the ways that we could improve it, and they were talking proactively about some of the options, and particularly about they raised concerns about the fence issue, but they weren't in agreement saying that we shouldn't proceed with option 2. There wasn't consistent in that approach. So I think that when deputations come and they raise new points for us to consider or things that we hadn't thought about, that's when they're incredibly important, particularly, but in the context of a wider consultation, I think we need to listen to the voice of our community. That's why we go out to consultation. In regards to the point of the master plan, I don't mind that at all. However, to my mind, that should be another motion that Councillor Henschke can bring to the council, as we've done in many parks, say Penfold Park or Kensington Gardens Reserve, to look at other areas of the park. And I haven't seen the desire to create a master plan in the mover's speech. I think that this master plan idea is rather to delay consideration of option 2 and to bring that out. And I think what the comments made by the CEO to say that we would start from scratch are not consistent with the approach that council has taken to date. I'm very comfortable in proceeding with option 2 and the officer's recommendation, and the CEO has said to us that the idea of the fence is very much on his mind, and that further options will be presented to us in future, and that we can consider that particular issue as we go ahead. But apart from that, I see that the community overwhelmingly support a wading pool go in. There's no denying that that's not the case, and a majority of them support option 2, and I think that that's the way we should proceed tonight. That's how we've represented ourselves in the past, and I think that that's how we should go ahead in the future. I very much appreciate the deputations, and I do place weight on them, and I think that they've really raised that fence issue. I also think that the idea that we don't want to increase attendance on the site is quite a bizarre notion, and saying, don't make something too good, otherwise more people will come. Well, if we make everything in Burnside amazing, and we make everything great, well then people will go to all these great things and our residents will benefit from it. And our local residents, the value of their properties and the value of life to our residents will also increase. But I don't support the argument of saying don't make it too good because more people will come. So I will support the motion, the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Hughes, and then I'll go to Councillor Carbone's question.
I have a question of the administration. The question of the issue of heritage has been brought up this evening. I just want to understand whether it was looked at how it would be feasible. Obviously, that bridge is a separate item to the pool, and there's no work proposed to that bridge. But how is it possible to upgrade the pool while still retaining the heritage associated with it?
Through Madam Mayor, I'll get Mr. Cant to step in if I get this wrong. My understanding, at the risk of putting my foot in it, is that essentially because we are replacing the pool, all the aspects of the pool will be removed and a new pool installed. But what we do have the opportunity to do is capture history in photographs and present that as an interpretive signage so that when people visit the new facility, they can appreciate the history of the site. Is that a fair comment, Mr. Cant?
I think you summed it up well, but I'll ask Michelle to add to it, if that's okay.
Through the chair. Can you all hear me? We were well aware of the local heritage listing on the pool before we started this journey, and so before we had the concept designs done, we engaged a heritage architect that was on Heritage SA's pre-approved supplier list, if you like, to prepare a heritage considerations report that looked at what does the local heritage listing mean, what would need to be taken into consideration in the development of any concept design and therefore detailed design from a heritage perspective. And that was included as part of the tender for the concept design. As it turns out, we've actually had a heritage architect doing the concept designs for us as well. And the heritage considerations report that they looked at talked about the heritage value being in its use as a wading pool. We're keeping to the same footprint, so that also comes into play. The bridge had some heritage value, and Meredith from the Historical Society mentioned the plaques and signage, and that was another factor that had heritage value. So we'd be looking at retaining all of those things.
Right, Councillor Carbone, your question.
A subsequent question, if I may, Your Worship. Now, I just want to revisit the issue of the fence once more, okay? So we did have a survey. Yes, we got almost 500 responses and so forth, but the concerns that's been raised to me is that none of the pictures had fences. So people didn't know what they were voting for was going to include a fence or not a fence and so forth. And I just think, and again, this is a question, it's not a speech. Question to the CEO is, would it therefore not be wise, given this is such a touchy subject, that it is a question. All right. Would it not be wise to just put things on ice and bring everything back with concept designs for a fence before we go any further?
Through Madam Mayor, for me, the reason the fence has come into play is about managing the risk to council and mitigating that. From my interpretation of the community feedback is the concept that was presented has received overwhelming support. So I am very comfortable with proceeding with our concept designs at this stage, and as I mentioned, coming back to council with a separate report that specifically deals with the different fencing options that could be available to mitigate our risk. I don't think there's anything to be achieved by stopping the process going forward, because the community has said they clearly like that option 2. Well, my opinion is, as I said earlier, I'm comfortable recommending proceeding with the concept designs and coming back so that council can make an informed decision on the fence, and then the two can be combined from there.
Councillor Lemon, you have a
Yes,
question?
I have a question, yes, thank you. In my reading, please correct me if I'm wrong. In my reading of this report, I understood that as a result of community consultation, the size of the fence has already been reduced once. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do have a question. Does this report finalise construction and budget, and will it go ahead without any further motion or report coming back to council? Like, is this the final thing? Will it go ahead without us from now on?
Just refer that to Mr. Cant.
That's the officer's recommendation. Does that mean that we will go to construction without coming back to council?
Through your worship, the proposed project timeline was provided on page 193 under paragraph 46. If council endorsed with this option at this stage, not including the discussion over the fence that may come back as part of a report just there, we would proceed as per the design, and we would provide information to council through the CEO report, monthly reports, but not to make any further decisions.
Councillor Piggott, you had a question, and then it's Councillor...
Actually, I'd like to move that the motion be put.
You can't do that because you're the seconder.
Oh, can I? Who brought that rule in?
It's always been a rule.
Now we move to Councillor Jones.
Sorry, can I just ask a question? I was under the impression, and I may be wrong, that it was a legal requirement that we have a fence. But what you're saying it seems to me, CEO, it's a risk thing, but we have other bodies of water in the council area that don't have fences, like there's a duck pond in Hazelwood Park. We're about to build a wetlands in Kensington Gardens Reserve that aren't going to be fenced. So perhaps you could clarify that, please.
Certainly. Now, this is one I will refer to Mr. Kent.
Through the chair, if you refer to the report starting point 36, it talks about the legal requirements for a fence. So it's under the Planning, Development and Infrastructure Act. Oh, sorry, page 192, yes. The Planning, Development and Infrastructure Act defines a swimming pool as an excavation or structure that's capable of being filled with water and is used primarily for swimming, wading, paddling or the like, including a bathing or wading pool or spa pool, but not a spa bath. It then talks that the regulations then go on to talk about the requirement for fences around swimming pools. And they state that any swimming pool that's capable of being filled to a depth exceeding 300 millimetres is prescribed and therefore requires a fence. So that's why a duck pond, for example, wouldn't be considered a swimming pool for the purposes of the Planning, Development and Infrastructure Act.
If I may, Madam Mayor, just to add on to the officer's commentary, if council's of a mind, I'd like to explore paragraph 36.3 a little bit further internally to understand whether there are ways where we could ensure that the water level never exceeded 300 millimetres, and then whether to our insurers, to their minds, that reduced their level of risk and then impacted on our fencing requirements. But that's, I need to talk to the experts to determine that.
My understanding is that it isn't just that it's 300 millimetres, it is also to keep dogs out of the pool, because our risk on germs and our risk on the health of toddlers was that fence was to keep dogs, and it is a playground, so we need to have it fenced anyhow to keep dogs out of the pool and to keep dogs out of the playground. So we're going to get a fence whether we like it or not in that area, so I don't think it matters whether it's 300 millimetres or 288. Is that correct? The fence is absolutely essential for the other reason.
So, through Madam Mayor.
Lost practice for 2 months.
The point I was trying to make, Councillor Lemon, was that if the insurers were of a mind that it was no longer classified as a swimming pool, we might be able to achieve those other objectives by, for example, and this is just hypothetical, having a fence at 900 millimetres rather than 1800 millimetres, which would reduce the aesthetic impact of having such a large fence. That was perhaps what I was trying to explore there.
Right. Councillor Turnbull, and then I think I saw Councillor Cornish's hand up in the corner over there.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the CEO. If option 2 does get up tonight and we vote for it, with a report coming back later about the fence, will, on page 193, number 46, the milestones, will they stay the same? So they're getting started straight away in February, because what concerns me about the whole issue is that we've had a summer season with no pool down there. A lot of people are terribly disappointed. We don't want a second season of the same. So maybe it could be accelerated once it's all decided. When it gets to the construction bit, we can have some acceleration and get it moving, ready for summer.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, our intention would be to try and stick to this time schedule. And bring the fencing report back to council as soon as physically possible. So the answer is yes, we'll try and stick to this time frame if this resolution gets up this evening.
Councillor Cornish.
Thank you, Worship. I won't be supporting the motion as it stands. I do have an alternative based on some of the commentary around the table tonight to go up and what the CEO has basically referred. In regards to the fence, I've inundated poor Michelle multiple times over the fence. Even thought whether or not we could get the Minister of Planning's specific approval just for this one pool in the entire state because of the heritage value, that it doesn't need a fence. But I like the idea of the CEO of potentially it never being able to hold more than 30 mils. I think that's another alternative that we could consider. You know, and I would also be very keen to see removable panels for the winter months of some of those when the pool is empty anyway, for the winter months. Obviously, all of the fence can't be removed, but certainly some parts are, so it removes the I suppose the eyesore amenity of it. So, and I'd certainly like to see some sort of heritage installation there too, so to commemorate what was there previously, whether or not that's even in the path going around, you know, the old pictures in concrete or something like that, so people can actually look at it there as well. So I do have a motion to go if this one fails. I won't be voting for it. I do think we do need a wading pool in there for next summer season, and I do want to get on with this as quickly as we can. There are some things that we do need to iron out, which I think the administration certainly can do.
Councillor Hughes, you wish to speak or ask another question?
I was going to ask one last question. The cost of 1.7 million, given that there's already excavation that's happened there and we're playing with a similar footprint, I guess the level of accuracy there, and whether if we removed that other small side element, what, you know, how, I guess what I'm asking is, could we do it for less, essentially? Sounding like Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll refer that to Mr. Camp.
Through the Chair, the cost estimates were prepared by an independent cost estimator. The 4 options that were put back to the community all included a cost with them as part of the consultation. The preferred option was actually the most expensive option, but that was on the consultation form. So yes, there are other options that were cheaper, but the community have said that they'd like this one.
If I may, Madam Mayor, I know we need to clarify, that wasn't the question. The question was if we remove the...
That's probably not a redundant question, because that was the option one anyway. After I asked that, I realised that, so that's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
See anyone else with their hand up, so can I now go back to Councillor Henchy to finalise?
Thank you, Mayor. So just finalising briefly, this has been a very long debate, and it's clear there are a lot of questions still, and I think as the project's evolved, the community have brought the community along with us on this project, which is great. But you can see tonight that by the number of deputations, that really there's more thinking coming from the community and discovery. For example, that's why this call for a holistic master plan approach, and I assume it'd just be done internally and quite quickly as well with our, you know, the capabilities of our existing staff, and it wouldn't delay the project extensively anyway. But, you know, things like, you know, have come up, for example, when I've walked around the site with the community, is, hey, you know, oh, disability access. Oh, yeah, that's right. You know, so-and-so has to wheel their wheelchair right around the Lions bookstore to get around to point X, Y and Z, you know, through the grass. So, you know, this whole site is not exactly disability access friendly. And every time, and we're not looking at the whole site, we've just been focused on this pool, and then, oh, there's the bridge. Ops, right, okay, now we've got to do that, provide more access via the bridge. So as we're going along in this project, we're discovering, oh, maybe we're going to do this. Oh, let's stick up a sign for heritage. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea because we came up with that tonight. Oh, let's reduce the size of the height of the fence. I just feel we're kind of just, you know, designing on the run. I mean, okay, we want to get this pool in quickly, and I hope COVID is going to be good to us and we all can have the kids in the pool together next summer. Don't know. But what I do know is that we do have the capability in this administration to look at a holistic master plan, which we've done many times before for a lot of our sites. And we can come up, I'm confident the administration can get back to us as quickly as possible with what this motion calls for. Look, and as far as, you know, overwhelming support one way or another for options and so forth, well, right at the beginning of this project, we went out to the community and said, hey, do you want an upgrade or do you want to refurbish or another? You know, 3 options, and then we threw it to the community. And there wasn't a burning desire to go one way or the other, refurbish or upgrade. The numbers were pretty similar. The other, yeah, you know, whatever. I mean, who's got time to think of lots of other things? Maybe people were busy. Maybe it was COVID. Who knows? And as we've gone through this year in COVID, people are thinking, and the world's changed, and people are starting to come around to, well, maybe this is not the new urban form we want anymore. We don't want to be stuck in a pool with all our children and all the other kids coughing and spluttering anymore. Don't know. So I really think we have to just be very, just not let this train run too fast. And as I said, I'm sure we can answer the points that were raised tonight by the community. And as Councillor Carbone said, put it on ice, you know, just for a month or 2, a month. And I don't think that would affect the time frame of the project greatly. A life cycle analysis perhaps would be nice. Energy consumption for another pool, operation and maintenance costs. Oh, thank you, sorry, so focused on this. So thank you, please support this motion. I really do think it would help us all make a clearer decision.
Okay, those in favour? Those against? The motion is lost. Now, Councillor Cornish, you have indicated you'd like to run alternative motion to the one that's in the...
If I can, Your Worship, yes. It's similar to the officer's recommendation, but I've just made a few tweaks. So if you wanted to copy that, Wendy, and we'll go from there. That Council endorse the concept design option 2 shown at attachment B for the purposes of proceeding to detailed design and construction of the wading pool, full stop. That Council requests an additional report to further detail further options to reduce the size of the proposed fenced area and install a wading pool heritage sign or installation, full stop. Where were you up to? Fenced, size of the, reduce the proposed fenced area and install a wading pool heritage sign or installation. Fenced, yes. Sorry, that's it. These options. That's it. Yep. I think we've spoken to this quite a bit. It just pushes forward the wading pool section. We're asking for further detail on the fence options and the area, and also asking for the recognition of the heritage of the wading pool to also be installed, either a sign or some sort of installation there. I put the motion to the floor.
Seeking a seconder, Councillor Davis? You are seconding? You're reserving. Okay. Is there anyone, Councillor Lemon, you wish to speak?
Yes, I do. I like this, but there's a couple of issues that bother me. One is, and these may be dealt with in a summing up, one is reducing the size of the proposed fence area. I just want it clear that it's not necessarily shrinking the area which has already been shrunkened, if you like, once. It is actually reducing the height. We're looking at reducing the height here, are we not? Or is it reducing the size?
I'll seek your interpretation. clarification on that, Mr. Cowley?
Through Madam Mayor, I think the language would be better off saying to review the proposed fencing, and then that leaves us open to explore reduced height and also fenced area.
Height, size and type.
Yes, yeah.
And then if I take the second point that I would have taken is about the heritage sign or installation, I actually think that limits it to one sign or one installation. So maybe heritage signs. Because if it's going to go around the path, it might be useful to have more than one.
Hang on. We can't have this conversation going on. Councillor Cowley? Sorry, Mr. Cowley. Sorry, I downgraded you there.
Oh no, I take it as an upgrade, Madam Mayor.
Oh, okay.
If I can make a suggestion to Councillor Cornish, the words I would use to review the proposed fencing and install. Options to review. So options being 1, to review the proposed fencing, and 2, to present options to recognise the heritage of the site.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm happy to accept that.
Well, I also accept.
So I'll just say, as I turn off my microphone, I'm very happy to support this.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Councillor Carbone?
Just one last point to clarify, make this absolutely crystal clear. Will the report include commentary on the legal requirements, as you mentioned before, about whether a fence is required or not?
Through Madam Mayor, the report will be based wholly and solely on the legal requirements, because that is what council's risk will be based upon.
Is there anyone else? Councillor Turnbull, I think, then Councillor Jones.
One small question. Mayor, when will this report be returned to us?
Through you, Madam Mayor, as soon as physically possible. Obviously, I'm going to have to seek the input of probably various experts and seek advice. My commitment is the first possible council meeting, it will come back to you.
Thank you.
Councillor Jones.
Sorry, I may be being obtuse here. We're endorsing the concept, we're endorsing them to go out to detailed design, but we also want this extra report. Or are we going to get this report and then once we get that, they'll go out to detailed design? Because otherwise, there's no point going out to detailed design if we then come back with something that changes the detailed design.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I take your point, and I'll just get Mr. Cant to elaborate on that.
Through your worship, yeah, that will obviously depend on the requirements through the legal position and the risk advice that we get. However, we'll be able to proceed based on the information that we have thus far, and we're confident that we'll be able to design a fence around that option separate to this process, but that will allow us to proceed at this stage.
The one aspect that I will have to get advice on before we proceed to the detailed design is this concept about limiting the ability of the pool to go beyond 300 millimetres. But I'm confident I can do that very quickly and then understand whether my detailed designs will need to be delayed.
Councillor Henty, you have a question or wish to comment?
Yes, a question. We're getting a business case for this upgrade or refurbishment, operation and maintenance costs, life cycle analysis story? Because I'm just concerned about we haven't had any operation and maintenance costs presented to us for this type of water.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll refer that to Mr. Cant.
Through your worship, the the business case that you're referring to has already passed. So when council first considered the option for the future replacement of the pool, it considered a lot of elements. We didn't specifically provide operational ongoing running costs at the time. However, it's currently an operational wading pool. It's expected that the efficiencies in the upgrade in the plant will actually reduce the cost to council moving forward. But until we go into the detailed design, I wouldn't be able to provide that information.
Yes, a really quick one that just inspired me. So in the planning of this, we will of course be taking in our carbon offsets. All of that sort of stuff will actually be part of the planning for this, won't it? Thank you.
Councillor Dawes?
A question for the CEO, if I may. I think you mentioned 4 things that the deputation or the deputies had raised in relation to the pool design, etc. Do you believe that all of those questions or issues they raised have been appropriately responded? Because I don't believe they are. Actually going back to the original amendment at the top of our page there and wondering if we can still have something in the motion of Councillor Cornish to respond to the points made by the deputies.
If I may, Madam Mayor, just to provide my views on that question. I think the first point was around not attracting a greater number of patrons to the facility. And I'm happy to quote Councillor Davis in a response there. So I don't know if I need to formalise that back to council. The practicalities of the fence, I think council has very clearly acknowledged that one by virtue of what's been proposed on the screen. And the third point also is incorporate historical signage. And I think point 4, by the very nature of the fact that council was considering proposal 2, that is answering the question about point 4, which was the biodiversity pond. So to my mind, I'm not looking to provide a written response back to council unless council requests one of me.
Could I just have somebody to act as the chairman? I just need to go to the bathroom. Councillor Cornish, come on.
Who was next? Any other questions? Yes. Until the mayor comes back.
So we can just talk amongst ourselves.
Councillor Jones, did you have your hand up next, Councillor Jones? Oh, okay. Anyone else? Councillor Hubel.
Thank you, Presiding Member Cornish, Acting Presiding Member. Look, I've held off on speaking tonight. Look, the original motion in April last year was something that I moved. I really want to talk about it, I guess, a perspective that hasn't really come up tonight about the enormous value that this facility has. We're talking very much about aesthetics, I feel, with regard to the fence. I don't believe that the function of the park is altered significantly by the fence, but I do take on the points that have been made regarding the fence, and I think that's something we'd look through. Look, I've used this pool a lot over the course of my life as a child, as an older person who was very respectful of toddlers, and as a parent myself, and I hope that as a grandparent I'll use this wading pool. And I think it's something, this is one of the things that really makes Burnside special. And I think that looking to upgrade / refurb was the right decision, And I think that moving forward with this upgrade, and look, it was, to be truthful, surprising to me that there was such an overwhelming choice to improve on and actually expand on the current design. I really thought that option 1, the like for like, would actually prove to be the most popular. So, you know, the people that care about this issue and care about this consultation, who responded to it, actually want it to be more than it was. And I think we really need to respect that. I think parents that use it are responsible. There were some concerns raised which, with respect to the people that raised them, I think there were concerns raised that assumed that parents would not be behaving appropriately, that assumed that the worst would happen and that people would be disrespectful. And I take exception to, as a parent who uses the pool, being part of a group that's alluded to as being irresponsible. I think, you know, the community clearly have indicated a preference for number 2, and I think it's finally wonderful that we're going ahead with doing that. Since our worship is back, I might bring it to a close. So let's vote on this and move on with the night.
Right, is there anyone else who wishes to speak or ask a question? Councillor Hughes.
Sorry to drag it out a little bit longer, but I haven't actually spoken. I've just asked questions this evening. And as a parent who has recently spent time there with 2 young children, I think it is a really valued asset that our community has, and it has a completely different function and use to Hazelwood Park, which I think is really important to keep that within our community. As a parent, I think, you know, you take your kids to Hazelwood Park and they have a play, but when they're at that really young age, you're kind of working around naps and times and all those kind of complexities around, oh gosh, I'm going to pay $15 to go to the pool for them to dabble their feet for 5 minutes. And I think this really creates a sense of community as well. As a young parent, I met other parents there from within Burnside, but also outside of Burnside. And I think it is really valued by our community, and I acknowledge the work that staff did to take on board those comments around the fence, and I think this is a good motion, a good compromise. But I also think just to sit on it for another month or another 2, I think one of the frustrations that I've had in council is we sit here and we fear, I guess, making the hard decisions, and I think we have to make the decision at some point. I think the community, we had 231 people out of the 83 that actually thought this was a really good option and a really good idea, and people that didn't vote, out of the 231 that voted for this, there were then others that picked other options which are reasonably similar. So I think we can be comfortable, and I guess having read all of those 483 responses in the paper, there were some concerns, but I think we can address them. And I think having worked in the design phase as an engineer, really you start with a very basic concept, and you don't want to develop all of those details until you get agreement on that concept. So I think while there's lots of questions around the fence and how this will work and what will that look like, it's part of a planning process that you present something, get that feedback, and then move through the detailed design. So I think it's really good to see that we can take on board that feedback. I think that the comments around that nature play, you know, I was looking at my phone. Young children have also spent time in the creek in winter. So I think this is a really good element of that park and really adds to the city of Burnside. So I think this is a great motion, a good compromise. I think we should all support it.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Otherwise I'll go back to Councillor Davis.
I'll exercise my right. Sounds very, very good. I think we should create excellent facilities for our residents that can be enjoyed for generations to come. And I think that the heritage inclusion here also recognises the importance that's played for our community for so long. And that's certainly reflected in the consultation, and it was reflected in the deputations that were given tonight when they spoke about their own experiences with their grandchildren or even themselves in the past. We have huge support by our community to proceed with a wading pool at this location. And we have a very strong affirmation that option 2 is the way to go. And I feel absolutely confident to go ahead with that. Now, I'm not a father yet. Well, I don't think I'm a father. but I can envisage myself enjoying this wading pool with my own kids, and when I look at it, I would be excited, I think, in future to take them there. There are little to no negative responses to the proposal, and that gives me great confidence to proceed with the current design. There are concerns about the fence, and that's addressed in the motion, and I feel very confident that the administration will do their best and bring back that report so that we can decide on it. And I feel confident to affirm our decision to the community, and as Councillor Hughes said, to not continually procrastinate, but send a strong signal that this is the way that we're going to go with this proposal, subject to a further report regarding the fence, and I feel very confident in proceeding with that. I think to close, and I've definitely used my 3 minutes, otherwise you'll shorten it again, but I think it's very important to remember on page 206 and read some of the comments there, and that gives me great confidence in voting for this. And some of the comments were, we always visit the Tusmore wading pool when our grandchildren visit during the summer, and this provides hours of family fun in a cool, safe and beautiful setting. We value it greatly. I think a wading pool is essential for very young children to splash around, gain confidence with a view to learning to swim, not an option with a splash pad. The creek-style play area is an excellent addition to a much-loved area. Grandchildren would have enjoyed the area for years, and option 2 would make the experience even better. And there are countless more comments like that. And so I commend the motion to you, and I look forward to its progression, and I hope that you will support this motion.
Councillor Cornish.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't think I can add any more to what everyone said, and I put the motion to the chamber.
Right, those in favour? Those against? Carried. I'm going to suggest it's almost 2 hours since you started, so that we have a break at this point in time. So I need formal. Yes, moved for Councillor Hughes, seconded Councillor Davey. All those in favour? It's just just after 10:02, so we'll start again at 2 minutes past 9. Whew. Paul, there are a lot of irresponsible parents. Yeah, at the pool. There are. Oh. All right, time to start again, and I have a quorum at the table. So we're going to go back to 11.1 and start afresh there. So, and that was Councillor Lemon.
Thank you. I move the officer's recommendation in its entirety. And I have some comments to make about the Ombudsman's report. When I read this report 3 times, because the first time I read it, my anger on the whole thing was almost overwhelming. And the second time I read it, I skimmed it again. And today, I read it calmly. What I have taken away from this, there's a couple of issues that I'm still really angry about. The first is, what's looked at here is between 2015 and 2017. This was sent to the Ombudsman's report by the complainer in 2018. Today, it's 2021. Now, it was sent there during the term of the last council, a year before the last council actually finished, or more than a year before. We are now halfway through the term of the second council, and I really believe that getting the report that late is pointless. It's not good enough. Subsequent to that report, the complainant the person that made a complaint to the Ombudsman, subsequent to that, this administration took immediate and is still taking steps to ameliorate the issues that were raised. When they were raised, they became apparent. And while the report actually does look at and give credit to that, I don't think it gives enough credit to where we sit today than to where we sat in 2017. I, for one, am very pleased the administration was so agile. God, really? And I've got another 3 minutes at the end. So I will I actually have other issues. I feel that the Ombudsman's got some stuff wrong, misread some stuff, or is actually not looking at things in what I would consider a realistic way. And most particularly, I actually think staff training and the way we treat our internal team building has not been well handled in this report. But when I sum up, hopefully I'll be able to give a better idea of why I think that's bad. But my reading of this tells me that the Ombudsman's office, which is a 9-to-5 public sector office, is utterly clueless about how a council works. It is now 9:08 on a Thursday night, and over there we've got a heap of staff that aren't executive staff that are still working and will probably be here till 11. None of that. One of the things that we do to make that good is to be the employer of choice, and there's a number of ways we become the employer of choice, none of which is acknowledged in this report. Everything we do for our staff has been slammed in this report. I'm not happy about that. I will follow up later.
All right, I'm seeking a seconder. Councillor Piggott, do you wish to speak now or reserve?
I too support the motion in full because what it demonstrates, I think that the extent of the problem I'll leave perhaps more in the hands of Councillor Lemon. Look, it demonstrates there was an issue in the organisation. It also demonstrates when it became obvious to the administration of the organisation that steps were taken. The report says that, and that is the case. The fact is that, and that's how you want things to work. Unfortunately, we are now 4 years hence from the end of the subject of that report. All sorts of things have happened in this organisation in those 4 years, and this is now being used as a whip, I guess, on this organisation now, which I think's largely unfair. The fact it was fair back in 2017, I wouldn't argue. But the fact is that action has been taken. I suspect in a general sense probably almost an overcorrection, but certainly corrections in regard to how credit cards are dealt with. And we now line up, I think in a position that I'm okay with, I'm certainly happy with. It certainly is far more stringent than most, I would think probably all organisations outside of local government, not just government, local government. It is what it is. The administration has acted well back then. It continues to act well. There's further work to be done that will hit the audit committee. I feel that it's something we need to acknowledge it was an issue and acknowledge also that good work has been done since to sort it out.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Councillor Davis?
I'm critical of the Ombudsman's report. Unfortunately, you don't really have a choice, I guess, to not accept it. But I actually think that the Ombudsman has gone too far and hasn't accepted or understood, in my view, the realities of what it is to work in a local government. And this report is based on instances of ridiculous spending which I don't think can be justified. And many of them are. Things like on a Saturday night for alcohol for unidentified employees is mentioned in here. And there are a number of expenditure in here which I think are inappropriate, and I agree with the Ombudsman's on. But I don't think that the Ombudsman has taken a balanced view in terms of looking at how a government department, how the state parliament, how the federal parliament, how local councils and any government body within Australia operates in a reasonable manner and what's reasonable and what's not. And from me reading this report, essentially the Ombudsman says you can't do anything, and that will have far-reaching implications for the entire sector. And I just disagree with the idea that, the notion that he cannot understand why a meeting can't just happen at the council offices and be given espresso coffee, for example. So if you were to host the local government minister or the premier or the governor, and the CEO was to meet with that individual, or our executive members, or a councillor, or the mayor was to meet with those, you're going to serve up instant coffee to the governor. I don't, and I have spoken to residents about this. And I attended a lunch recently where there was a number of residents there, and I spoke about this policy. And they said, well, no, that's just ridiculous. Of course you should. And if there's a minister coming, and we are expected to develop these ties with our counterparts. We're expected to foster those relationships. And essentially what the Ombudsman is doing is criticising the state parliament's use of their own catering facilities. So they have subsidised meal facilities in the state parliament. Is his suggestion that they would then, that should be abolished as well? Or if the Premier is hosting a dinner with an international delegate, that he feed them instant coffee? Is that what the Ombudsman's suggesting? And I think the Ombudsman has gone too far in this recommendation. It's difficult to not agree with it, and I do agree that there are substantial problems with it, obviously, that need to be corrected. But I think that this is too far for what's expected and real. And this doesn't happen in private practice either. And I think that if we want governments to become efficient, then they need to start thinking in that manner and developing those relationships and working together coherently. And sharing a coffee worth $3.50 is more than acceptable in my view, and it's probably that same price as a bottle of water. So I think that the Ombudsman, I'm critical of his report, and I don't think it meets the realities of what this sector is, and I question whether his own office would adhere to every single one of these principles as well.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Councillor?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I too read this report a number of times, and I was trying to sum up my exact feeling of the report. And I don't think I was angry. I don't think I was mad. I think overall I was disappointed and sad in the boozy culture that took place during these years. I've worked in private practice for 20 years. My boss, my staff, we've never been to a long boozy lunch. I don't know anyone who has. So for some reason, it was normalised during this period. And I think it's harsh to point the finger at certain people because this sort of practice comes from the top and elected members were involved. So that normalised this boozy culture from the very top all the way through. So I'm glad to say that this boozy culture is gone, never to return. I acknowledge what our new CEO has done, and I also acknowledge what our mayor has done. Because if you recall, one of the very first things that this council did following the election was to stop the serving of alcohol after council meetings. That was not on. Ratepayers don't pay for booze. I can turn a blind eye to a sandwich or a sanger or a cup of coffee or a bottle of water, but wine and so forth and beer is not appropriate. So I'm glad to see the end of this era, of this boozy culture, and I never ever want to see it come back ever again.
Councillor Dawes and then Councillor Davis.
Yeah, the first thing I've got to say is the Ombudsman has not gone too far. Heaven forbid, you know, he's been doing these things for a number of years, for a number of councils. He knows what he's doing. I look at the media responses and, you know, I'm disappointed as Councillor Carbone is not Burnside again. But this is a new council, and that's what I'm pleased about, because what we have done is put in place a number of policy tightening positions to ensure it won't happen again. It was a wake-up call to us, even though it happened 4 years ago. It did happen during the last council term. And we are responsible today in ensuring that it doesn't happen again. So that's the reason why I asked the question of the chair of the audit committee. You know, we just, even though I don't think it is happening anymore, I'm sure the community was saying, are you sure? Yes, we are sure, because we put extra provisions in the auditing of the accounts to ensure it won't happen again. So I'm disappointed. I take the Ombudsman's comments on board, and what I'm pleased about is that we've moved on. Thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I was on council during this time. I recall this period. I do not believe I participated in a boozy culture or noted that there was a boozy culture in Burnside at this time. We certainly had a glass of wine after dinner after council meetings, and that we found was a very valuable way for councillors to debrief after robust discussions. I think the current mayor used to come to those drinks after council meetings. We haven't, to my knowledge, had boozy lunches. I've never participated in those. And I think with respect to my colleague who might have just spoken, it was with a bit of a forked tongue, because I think he might have been on a council that had wine after council meetings, and perhaps even wine before. Anyway, be that as it may, I'm just trying to put things in perspective. I note the report and I support this motion. I'm very pleased that we're recommending the implementations and that we'll be revising. We've already done a huge amount of work to revise our internal controls covering our purchasing processes in the City of Burnside, and that we'll be reviewing our relevant policies very soon for our next meeting. I agree that and sincerely believe that, as my other colleague has articulated, local government has to submit to different standards than federal government and state governments do in terms of meals and catering. And I mean, we don't have subsidised dining rooms that you can go to and take guests to. In checking my facts for tonight, I actually read the report of State Parliament in 2014, a report, that actually talked about an allocation of $1 million which was spent on subsidised members' meals and drink. So that was in this time that we're talking about. So I think we need to get a bit of perspective. We do not have a boozy culture at Burnside. We have addressed a lot of our internal purchasing controls and financial controls, and we'll continue to keep those under review and refine those as we can. Thank you.
Councillor Corn.
Thank you, Worship. I've just got a question of the administration, if I could. Councillor Dawes said that new council, this is over, but council's received an FOI, or 4 FOIs from, someone who previously FOI'd on this for the same period for slightly different questions. Is this really over, or is this just the start? It feels like we're under fire, and specifically the City of Burnside, from the state government on this matter.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So just to clarify for the benefit of the elected members, we have an FOI from an individual. At this stage, it's asking for data for the period 2015 to 2020, and it is a very exhaustive FOI. It's asking essentially for every expenditure that's ever been spent around alcohol and entertainment, looking at our provision of motor vehicles, and looking at fringe benefit tax also. Now, we've had to respond seeking a narrowing of that FOI because we've ascertained that to respond to that FOI, and now this number isn't quite accurate, but it will be around $250,000 to respond to that FOI, just given the pretty 60-odd thousand documents that will have to be reviewed. So we're seeking clarification. I know the gentleman who sought the FOI has agreed to narrow the scope, so I'll see what that says. But having said that, I think this organisation has nothing to hide. Going forward, I've got every confidence that anyone can FOI this organisation, and we can hold our heads high. So I'm not, apart from that side of it, I'm not necessarily concerned by people seeking our records. I certainly feel that the reputation of the City of Burnside is only going from strength to strength going forward. And I am confident that as an organisation we won't be dealing with the matters that are contained within the reports there is before us this evening. Thank you.
Councillor Henschke.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I'm speaking on behalf of residents that have contacted me tonight regarding this matter tonight, and I'll read. The report provided to Council tonight states the Council was preemptive in dealing with this issue and suggests the administration has dealt with it in an acceptable manner by briefing Mr. Colin James, journalist, before he wrote his article. However, if we read the article Mr. Colin James has told not just Council, but he has told the general public of South Australia that Burnside Council has a lot of soul searching to do. I would like to direct the Council tonight to quote from the article about the misuse of credit cards. He says, the councillors who were part of this spending need to justify their actions and to their constituents start explaining their actions. So this need for justification and indeed a call for reparation has been made to me by residents who are not satisfied with Council's response. So I'll put it to you in the chamber tonight that we have residents and ratepayers who are not happy, as we would imagine. And for the record, I wish to make that statement tonight. Thank you.
I don't have any other names. Councillor Carbone, you wish to ask a question?
Councillor Henschke asked, can you just repeat what you want this council to do? I missed that sentence.
I don't believe that she made that, gave any direction in what she wanted to do. Okay. And she would have to move that at another meeting. Okay. Councillor Cornish?
A further question of the administration, if I can, for seeking clarification on some statements. Has any elected member been able to hold a credit card of the City of Burnside?
Through Madam Mayor? No.
Any, Councillor Jones?
I think we should unreservedly accept the Ombudsman's recommendations, draw a line on this and move on. What I fear I'm going to read in the Advertiser tomorrow is councillors grudgingly accept Ombudsman's report but don't really agree with it. So I think we need to very clearly vote that we do accept his report and that we agree with it, and the CEO has acted, and we will close out his 13 remaining recommendations. So I hope you support the motion.
So anyone else who wishes to speak? Councillor Turnbull?
I'd like to say, well said, Councillor Harvey Jones. And really, it was a boozy culture. You just have to read this to see and look at all the things and to see it was. They did eat and drink a lot. We're being tarred with the brush as new members, 2 years into the thing, but it wasn't us who did it, and there's been lots of recommendations that have been followed through. But how you can say it wasn't a boozy culture, it was. Accept it, move on, but don't try and hide it. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? No? Right, then I shall move back to Councillor Lemon.
Thank you. I unreservedly accept the recommendations. I unreservedly support the officer's recommendation. And I also unreservedly accept that it was a boozy culture. And I might actually say, in line with what my co-councillor said, it was a boozy blokey culture, in fact. I unreservedly say all that. That doesn't mean we can't have issue with some of the things in this report that one of us or more of us or all of us might believe the Ombudsman got wrong. And I do believe there are some things he hasn't taken into account. And I look at, and I'll take you to page 91, where there's a list. Meetings with clients, blah, 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 blah. Recognition and service, volunteer services, reward and recognition, wellness program. Let me stop on wellness program. Every office in every government, local government, federal government, private, has wellness programs. They have walk to work days. They have Are You OK days. They have Look In on Your Neighbour days. They have the world's biggest morning tea days. Offices have that sort of thing. I'm surprised the Ombudsman's office doesn't have that sort of thing. And when we have our Wellness Week, what we do is somebody used to go to Coles with his credit card or her credit card and buy some bags of fruit so that they could be given to the employees of this organisation during Wellness Week. Here, don't have that bag of chips for lunch, have this banana instead. What this report says is that shouldn't happen. I disagree with that. That doesn't actually look at current HR practices where, as an organisation, you want to engage the best employees in a very limited pool, I might add, in South Australia. Very hard fought over. We pinched our new CEO from Whyalla. Whyalla's loss is our gain. So what I want to say in my last minute is take you to page 101 and number 9, where the CEO actually undertakes to review the reward and recognition protocol and wellness program to ensure consistency with credit card policy. I don't have a problem with that, but our wellness programs are more than just credit card issues. This is a way that you actually ensure a cohesive, productive, well-managed staff. And somehow, for me, this has all got tied up into this report so that if you read it in a particular way, you could actually see that you cannot do anything for your staff. So I would encourage the CEO to actually have a HR policy about what we do that is separate from what we pay for. So we look at policies in how we treat our staff. Don't look at credit cards. Look at that, because the whole thing has been pulled into a credit card and it shouldn't be. We should be treating our staff well, we should be retaining them, and we should actually be the employer of choice for councils in metropolitan Adelaide. But having said that, support the motion.
Right, put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Carried.
Sorry, point of order, Your Worship. I think we actually have to move a motion to actually support you moving the agenda around in terms of our new meeting procedures.
Right, and it's just because this one must be done tonight, and I'm hoping it won't be too long, but it could be. No one can ever predict, so it's up to Councillor Lemon now.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble. I can't see properly tonight. I feel there's an anomaly in this, in the sense that, and I'm still not there yet. Are we there yet? No, not quite. Yes. If you go to the letter, and it's not numbered, but the letter from Burnside Hospital to our CEO, you can see that they're looking to appoint a Miss Anne Hinton. And if you go to the penultimate paragraph of that letter, you can see that she was first appointed to the board in 2004. That means she's been there for 16 years. Now, on page 361, under 7.5, it says reappointment of board members. Board members are entitled to seek reappointment as a board member on 3 occasions, providing their period of continuous service to the hospital does not exceed a period of 12 years unless otherwise determined by the board. That strikes me as an anomaly, and I'd like that explained before I actually move this motion, or before I vary it, perhaps.
Can't ask a question if there's no motion. Well, I guess I'll put a question on my hands.
I have a dilemma, because if we move this motion, we're actually going against what the Constitution says. Well,
can I just seek clarification myself? That the motion is seeking to appoint Cathy Oster.
It's not an Anne somebody or other.
Anne Hinton.
So the letter contains commentary about Anne Hinton. However, they're asking us to endorse the appointment of Mrs. Cathy Oster, which is in the recommendation.
Okay. Well, in that case, I've misunderstood the whole thing, and I'm happy to go with the officer's recommendation. But it's always good to clarify these things when you see odd stuff like that coming up in your paperwork. And the other issue I had was number 19 of the report, paragraph 19 on page 352. Council must appoint any board members having regard to the recommendations made by the board. Well, actually we don't. I just thought I'd make that clear.
Sorry,
Thank you,
I haven't got
Worship.
my microphone on.
Ah,
Go ahead.
thank you. I actually have an amendment, Wendy, that I sent through to you. Thank you. It's all moved. There's an amendment, Wendy? I just sent it through in an email about half an hour ago. And I'll read it while you're cutting and pasting it. My motion is that Council note the communication from the Chief Executive Officer of the Burnside Hospital regarding the changes to the Board of Directors for 2021. 2, endorse the appointment of Mrs Cathy Oster to the Burnside War Memorial Hospital Inc. Board of Directors for a 3-year term commencing in January 2021. A new 3, acknowledge and thank Mr Frank Kite for his 26 years of service and commitment as a member of and chair of the Board of Directors of the Burnside War Memorial Hospital. And 4, that the CEO writes to Mr Kite on behalf of Council, acknowledging his contribution to the hospital and thanking him for his leadership of the board. It's in an email, you can just cut and paste it, Wendy. Just copy it. Is that clear to everybody? It's sorry a bit. I've served on the board 3 terms. Mr Kite is a community member of Burnside. He has provided significant leadership over his term on the board and has taken the hospital through some quite challenging times. He's been very, very committed and has been a great leader. To clarify for anyone who may not know her, the new board appointment, Ms Anne Hinton, has also served on the board, and you can see her CV from the papers. She will be a worthy chair of the board, and I have complete faith that the hospital is in excellent management hands. So I hope you'll support this. Thank you.
You seconding that amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak?
Yes, please. I think it is definitely worth the time to recognise the service of Mr Frank Kite. He was an excellent chair for the term that I was on the hospital, and he knew the hospital inside and out, and he knew every single word in the agenda paper, and he'd spent significant period with Head the Messenger while I was there, going through the finances and the operation of the hospital, and he spent a huge amount of time and invested a huge amount into that hospital, and it wouldn't be what it is today without him being there. 26 years is an incredibly long time, and he's invested much of his life into that hospital, and he's presided over some very big developments in it, including most recently like the black hole redevelopment, and also the strategic alignment, and also like strategic purchases that the hospital made, as well as overseeing the new robotic capabilities of the hospital. And so I think it's definitely relevant that we recognise his service and write to him, acknowledging him. And I think perhaps maybe at future Australia Days he should be considered for his service in that community hospital. I also know that I also welcome Cathy Oster, and she's a well-respected member of the legal fraternity, to the board.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the amendment? Right, then I shall put the amendment. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you for that. I think that's an excellent addition to the motion. Thank you, Councillor Davey. Sorry. Yep. Now I'll put it as the motion, and sorry, I do too. Apologies. Right, now I'll put it as a motion. Thank you. All those in favour? Carried. Service of that longevity and dedication certainly needs to have more than just a thank you, but a formal thank you in writing and recognition by this council. All right, we now 11.2. Councillor Piggott.
Thank you. I'd like to move the motion, the officer's recommendation. And you might remember this came out of a motion that we passed back before Christmas that actually asked a couple of questions. One is how we could set up a structure that could potentially reduce our costs over the next 2 or 3 years without taking a huge knife to things. And perhaps that might lead to being able to offer, or not offer, yeah, we'll offer, I guess, but for consideration by ratepayers, a zero rate increase over the next couple of years. Now, this report does point out that perhaps the second one's not something we necessarily should aspire to, and in fact, it's not a question for tonight anyway. It's obviously a nice thing to do, but you do need to safeguard the future of the organisation, and perhaps that's not in the right direction. However, the first bit of that, and really this motion goes along those lines, is to put in a structure that allows us to perhaps make the most of the fact that we are in a strong position as an organisation. We are financially secure, we have strong management, and it is in good shape. And so from that point of view, what this motion does is propose that we do actually focus on the 2 lines of our financial performance each year that we can actually make a difference in. And that's really costs of employees and costs of materials and contractors. Between the two, there are about $35 million that we spend every year. And what this motion proposes, that in the budget process and through the year, there are the administration will focus on how we might, the percentage is not in there, that's something for the budget process, but how we might achieve recurrent cost savings of the organisation, which have the benefit of, if we can do that, has the benefit at the first time, and then it has the benefit every year thereafter. We've actually asked for savings to be produced every year that I've been here, I reckon, perhaps not every year, but certainly in recent years. And they do get achieved. And I think that reflects the good administration. What we need to do, though, is make them recurrent. We don't get them from slashing sort of services or whatever. It needs to be a cultural thing almost, in that the money we spend, the discretionary money that we spend in making this thing happen and providing the services we do, we need to look at as to where we perhaps might be able to shave a couple of % off and actually give back to either ratepayers or pay off our debt, or even put into other services if we choose. It's a good chance to do it, I feel. We're in a not post quite, sorry, but we have weathered the tough bit of COVID, I think. I think we could provide some leadership probably to other councils if we did what is being proposed by administration here and focus every quarter on recurrent savings that we could find within the organisation to the benefit then and ongoing to the ratepayers of Burnside. So I seek your support.
Councillor Henschke, you wish to second? Speaking now or reserving? Speaking now or reserving?
I'll speak now
later?
quickly. Yes, I implore Grant, Councillor Piggott in this motion, and when I started on this council, it was the first thing I was looking at is employee costs and all the savings, and with all of this there will be capital savings as well, and we don't have to gold plate projects anymore.
Councillor Henschke, you're talking that way but your microphone's...
Oh, thank you.
Just a reminder.
Yes, appreciate it, yes. So this would cover every part of the business, so operating and capital costs. and finding savings there, and we'll be hopefully benchmarking what it does cost to put in a metre of curb or a square metre of paving, and benchmark ourselves with other councils. So I thank the administration and Councillor Pickett.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Worship. I have a question first. How does this conform with or comply with our long-term financial plan and the how does it differ from the commitments we've made in our long-term financial plan?
Through Madam Mayor, I'll refer that to Mr. Cooper, sorry.
Thank you. Through the Chair. The long-term financial plan currently has 750,000 embedded in it in savings. What this would do is increase that target for us. So normally when we set the budget, we already have some savings built in so that we can keep our rates pretty low, consistent with the LGPI and the cost of business. What this does is give us a little bit of a stretch target, if you may, and that'll be on top of the 750,000 that's already in the long-term plan.
Councillor Lemon.
Yes, I commend this motion. I commend the work that administration has done on savings targets. But I do have I have a concern, and my concern is this: we can have savings targets, and what happens in this chamber once a fortnight is that we spend money, and we spend it a bit like the Ombudsman had a go at coffee being spent. It's an under $25 spend, and it's cumulative over a long period of time. So I remember what happened last year was we spent about $16,000 on bluestone curbing that just was from here to nowhere. We then spent about 20 grand on understory plantings, all worthy things. I'm not saying none of these were worthy things. These were all worthy things. These are the things we sit around this table actually bringing to the chamber because they're important things. But what we need to do when we bring these important things on our motions on notice is we need to then have an impact statement in them about how this will impact on our savings targets. Because one of the things that we can do is get administration to be as productive, as frugal, and as cut to the bone as it can possibly be. But if we come here twice a month and ask them to spend $20,000 here and $15,000 there, and it's only $3,000 here, over a period of 12 months, we are stabbing them in the foot twice a month. And I don't think we should be doing that. I think there should be a record of that. So I would like something to happen in terms of our motions on notice actually referencing the impact on savings. Otherwise, this is fantastic. But it's us as a body that make it not happen.
Councillor Jones.
Can I just make one comment? I will vote for the motion. I think 30.2, which is on page 111, is total nonsense. See, I'm not saying it's ridiculous, thanks to Councillor Dawes' feedback. The idea that a notional depreciation charge on revaluation of assets, which is an entirely notional non-cash cost, should lead to a rates increase is utter nonsense. So I just want that to be registered, and if that stops a rate increase because we stop doing stupid things like that, that will be a good result.
Councillor Davey, you have another question or you wish to speak now?
I wish to speak, thank you, Mayor. I actually don't support this. I actually don't support that we factor in no rate increases. We haven't done our budget yet. We're just going into that cycle, and I appreciate my colleagues' timing for planning for this. I think we run on the smell of an oily rag with our staffing levels. I think our service levels that are demanded of us are increasing, as has already been outlined, and we get pressures on us to bring those projects to council. We're already in a budget where we're making savings, and we've had that report today in our finance report where we're making savings actively. The staff are looking at every avenue they can to make savings. So I don't want our budget in the process that we're moving into being committed to no rates increases, because that means that affects how we can provide all the services and the commitments, the projects that we're already committed to, and the services. We've got all of our environmental commitments to cost and work to. And I just think this is preemptive, and I don't see that I can support it today. Thanks.
Councillor Hughes.
Can I just confirm my interpretation of the motion with staff? 2.1, that's not saying we're having a 0% rate rise, we're just trying to keep that rise lower than, you just confirm that what I'm hearing.
Through Madam Mayor, certainly have to clarify, particularly for the benefit of Councillor Davey, the recommendation that's before you is talking about keeping downward pressure on rates. It's not advocating for a 0% rate rise. It says that we're trying to keep our rate rises lower than the local government price index. So, to my mind, we will still, in my mind, I'm envisaging the council will be having rate rises. It's just that we're doing all in our power to keep them lower than the local government index.
You're clear about that now, Councillor Davey? I don't agree with that. Okay. I wanted to make sure that you were clear. Okay, Councillor Cornish.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I'm supporting the motion as it stands. I think it's a worthy goal to keep that pressure on rate rises going forward. I think we do need to widen the gap. We currently do have the lowest rate in the dollar in any council in the state, and I go through the Gazette every year and I check, and we do. I do, I'm a nerd. I usually keep a spreadsheet too. So we are the lowest rate in the dollar for the entire state. And politically, it's a very smart thing to do, because the further the disparity of rates between each individual councils, the more unlikely there are going to be amalgamations, because all of a sudden Burnside would have to pay a third more in rates. It would just jump in 1 year to equalise with our neighbouring councils. So I'm very for keeping that pressure on, although I do know it's almost like we're actually putting rate capping in ourselves, which it's not such a silly thing, and we've been kind of doing it for the last 5 years anyway. So we've got our little internal rules that we've had, so let's formalise them. So I'm more than happy to support it.
Councillor Carbone and then Councillor Day.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to say a couple of words, because my mindset, I think, is very different from a lot of other people on this council. There's often talk about rate increases and downward pressure on costs and zero rate increases, and that seems to be it. If we can somehow achieve a 0% increase, then we are fantastic. My mindset is different. I'm not all about low increases and so forth. I find that sort of political stuff cheap and tacky. If that's your only policy, then you've really got nothing else. My mindset is about delivering value from our rates. Value. Value is very different from a rate increase. I'm of a firm belief that we could offer the gold standard of service around this council, and people would pay for that if they see they're getting value out of it. If they see their property going up by more than their rates every quarter and so forth. So just something to bear in mind, that it's not always about the rate increase. We can slash the guts out of the budget and have a decrease in rates. Does that make it great? Are we doing a service to our residents and our ratepayers if we do that? So just something to think about moving forward, and that is, what can we do, not about the dollar, but what can we do to give our ratepayers more value, be happy and grateful for what we do out of their rate dollar.
Councillor Davis.
I just had a question in relation to 30.2. Through your worship, what exactly happens during a depreciation cost increase because of an asset class revaluation?
Through you, Madam Mayor. I know the answer, but I'm going to refer that to Mr. Cooper.
You'll be fighting between us who's going to answer this one. Through the chair, thank you for the question. I think Councillor Jones raised the point correctly that it is a non-cash item. However, when we do our rates modelling, we look at the operating surplus. So the direction we've always had, or the aim we've always had, is to have a sustainable budget in the long term in terms of the surplus. And the depreciation does impact on the surplus. So effectively, to have $1 million target in the operating surplus, we look at all our costs, which includes depreciation, and then work out how much rates we need to cover all our expenses and more. Every 3 to 5 years, we revalue our assets, which means they go up in value because of their conditions, and that means our depreciation cost is higher. So the whole intent of 30.2 was that these things are not within our control. So it really depends on the accounting standards and the asset valuers and how the methodologies they use to value the assets. And in 1 year, we might have a huge increase, and the next year we'll have a lower increase. So these things are not within our control. So by freezing rates, we then could potentially go into a deficit. So that's all we're looking at, whether we're going into a deficit or surplus. It's not really about the cash that we're talking about in 30.2.
If I can just add a little comment, and Christian will tell me if I get this wrong. I think it's important to note that whilst in our financial statements at that point in time, it's a book entry, the depreciation is representative of a consumption of that asset. So it is a real cost that we do have to pay at some point in the future. It's not just a book entry all the time.
Councillor Hughes is next.
I'll break up the battle of the accountants and I will support this. I will support the motion. I think it provides at least a starting point of where our budget will be for next year, and I think trying to provide value to people of the city of Burnside, it's actually, it's a mix of all different things, and it's not just about saying we're going to cut everything bare bones. It's about saying, let's look at how we do things, and can we save money here to spend on another different project there? Can we reassess when we look at people's curbs and replace them? I was having a great chat with Councillor Lemon on the weekend and Councillor Piggott about some curbing of one of my family members, and having a conversation. You know, this is a ratepayer in the city of Burnside who's saying, I don't want my curbing replaced. I think you could fix it as it is and get another 10 years out of it. And I think we need to challenge the way that we think. Value isn't just about spend, making things look fancy. There's an environmental flow-on effect by just fixing some of the things that we've got, trying to defer some of that spend. But I think it also, by making rates not bare bone, but just as minimal as possible, it means people have money in their pockets to go and spend in the community on other things. It means that I might go down to my cafe, which is in the city of Burnside, and have a coffee, which then has a flow-on effect. So it's finding that balance around spending money, getting construction and things happening within our city, but also giving people that extra money to go and do other things, which has a flow-on effect, not just within the city of Burnside, but wider. So I actually think we have an obligation to be responsible with the way that we spend money, and I think this is a really good starting point. And I appreciate what Councillor Lemon says. There will always be things that pop up during the year that we will want to spend money on, and I don't think we should stop doing that, but I think we need to understand what the implications of doing that is. I think that's really important, and I think that register, I think, that's proposed here around documenting those savings is actually going to be really helpful for us to see as a council, rather than getting a report that says, oh, we think, you know, we've saved $1 million. Well, how? You know, we don't see that as an elected body, and I think that would be really important. So I think it's a great report, and I will certainly be supporting it.
Councillor Jones, you have a question?
No, I had a response. You can't make a response, but you can ask a question that might include the response for clarification. Does the accounting standard not say that any excess depreciation can be recycled from the revaluation reserve to retained profits, which removes the problem that you're effectively taking too much cash from ratepayers to cover a non-cash cost? How about that?
That was a big question.
Perhaps no response tonight. We'll take it on.
Councillor Hubel, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Worship. Just very quickly. Look, yeah, I like this. I will be voting for this. Look, I think this, you know, could be seen as. Look, I want to make a distinction between business as usual, in that we should be trying to keep costs down and we should be trying to trim the fat where we can. And something like this, which just seems to me as not having an accounting background, as to being a little bit more innovative and, I guess, proactive in terms of trying to provide maximum utility to the residents of the city of Burnside. Yes, we want to do things efficiently. Yes, we want to bring things down where we can. And I think that that's the goal of everyone in this chamber. I don't think anyone is hanging their hat on, you know, keeping rate increases low, because that's just one side of the equation. We still need to be considered in what we spend the money we have on. But the idea of the stretch target, I think, is really good. And I think it is, you know, a little bit above and beyond standard procedures. So it's good, I think.
Councillor Davis?
Financially, I'm doing just fine. And a 1% rate increase wouldn't have a huge impact for me. And if it could deliver, you know, a significant amount of value for me, well, then I probably, you know, I think Councillor Carbone's quite right when he talks about value for your dollar. But I remember an occasion, I think that it's important that I share it all with you, is that I went to a resident meeting and they were having trouble with their gutters on their property. And it was an older resident and she was on the pension. And she wanted a cup of tea, and so I offered to make it in her kitchen. And so I got a tea bag, I got 2 tea bags out of the box, and I put 1 in each cup, put the water in, and poured a bit of milk in. I then took the tea bags once they were finished and I put them in the bin. And I could see her face when I did that, because she felt the loss of it. And I asked her and she essentially said that, because she could perceive that I was concerned by it, she essentially said that she had so little money that she used a tea bag a number of times because she couldn't afford to do that. And that her budget was so tight that that was one of the cost-saving measures that she had implemented to save money so that she could live. And when we come to these discussions, I always remember her, and I remember that for not all residents like me, I was fortunate as having been able to work now full-time and having the financial means to pay an extra dollar, per 100 or a 1% increase or a 3% increase. It's quite easy for me to do that. But I always do think, and I'd like to remind you that there are residents out there who are actually living right close to the dollar. And her house wasn't elaborate. It was a very small townhouse. She lived, had a large significant tree there, and she spent a lot of time looking after it. So I think it's really important to remember those residents as well. And I definitely do come back to the concept of value, which Councillor Carbone rightly raises. But when we first came into this council, we did a workshop, and they said, you as a councillor, what do you want to achieve? And what's your purpose, or what's your mantra? And I said to them, to maximise marginal utility. I wanted to take enough money to give people the maximum return for that amount of money that we could do. So for example, taking money or taxing people so that we can collect their rubbish, it's more efficient that we do that as a community than do it individually, for example. That makes common sense. But in terms of then providing a whole bunch of extra activities that not every resident can consume, but might provide value to some residents and others, well, that's a more difficult proposition. And so I think that we need to bear in mind that not not everyone is in the same position as us. Some people are on very tight budgets, and when they see value reducing a percentage spend or reducing rates by 1 or 2%, and still delivering the same service, not going through and slashing it, but delivering the same service we are now for a cheaper price, well, that is an increase in value by that amount. Increasing value just doesn't mean taking money from people and spending it. Because I think as a government, people are entitled to spend their own money how they view it, or how they want to. Thank you.
Right, is there anyone else now who wishes to speak? Otherwise, I shall go back to Councillor Piggott.
Thank you. Thank you for that. It was a good debate, thank you. Look, it's actually not about rate increases. It's about having more flexibility when we get to consider rate increases. We're not doing rate increases now. It really isn't around that. I probably erred, actually, putting that in the original motion, seeing the report and listening to the debate, because it gets in the way. What this does, if it's successful, is actually probably gives us a bit more flexibility when we do get to assess it, because it may take a little bit off the top that we don't know we have to pay every year to actually keep the thing going. So it does give us a bit more flexibility. It doesn't mean we can't put 3%, 6% on even if Councillor Carbone's got good ideas to use that in a good way. But it does mean that the first couple of percent perhaps are available to us, because we've managed to reset the organisation back perhaps by a couple of, in terms of what it costs us. And it's not, I've been here before, we had a efficiency and something else review, right? We had 3 effectiveness. We had 3 fantastic things we could save loads of money with. One was verge mowing, one was street cleaning, I can't remember what the third one was. Library, probably, and that's a joke. They didn't see the light of day because it's not political. I didn't vote for any of them. They would have saved money, but they were unpalatable. They were a service that our residents want. What this is looking at is that we currently spend around $35 million. I cleverly went around the issue of depreciation. We're only talking about that $35 million. And what I'm saying is, what actually the motion is saying, to administration's credit, is let's have a look at that and find recurrent savings in there, that if we can find them, and find them without dramatically impacting services, that is very, very, very good and something to go for. As a final point, Councillor Cornish, I recommend, if you're going to keep stats, to the graph on the top of page, it's point 13. It actually talks about employee and material costs per rateable property. We do have the lowest rate in the dollar, but then we probably have one of the highest average values of properties. And it's a question, actually, whether some of the things we do as a council should cost any more for a $2 million property with 3 people in it compared to a $500,000 property with 3 people in it. I think that is where the game is won and lost in regard to rates. And in that, we come out okay, but we're in the middle of the pack. And that is around employee and material costs. And if this can work, that could move us further back down, or we may choose not to. We may choose not to take the change in rate increases or rate reductions and spend it in other ways. So, look, I commend administration on the report and the recommendation. I think they should be congratulated in embracing it. So, I seek your support.
All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Councillor Davey, 11.4, more finance.
In the interests of brevity, I had a couple of points, but I'll just move the officer's recommendation, thanks, because we're running out of time.
Sorry, seconded by Councillor Jones. All those in favour? Oh, sorry.
I just have an issue.
Right.
A question to ask. If I may. On page 174, paragraph 38, I've written, I made some notes. Okay. Look, I'm just going to throw myself out the window now.
All right, so can I put the motion?
Whatever you, yeah.
All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. can I suggest perhaps you send the question on to the CEO and he can answer it on for you. Okay, let's move to asset management plan for trees, of the people who've been sitting out there all night waiting. And that was Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I thought it was when I saw para 38.
Okay, Councillor Davey.
I'm happy to move in accordance with the recommendation. Sorry. That Council develop an urban forest asset management plan which will treat trees as assets for all intents and purposes, using an asset management approach, including attributing a financial value to trees but excluding recognition as assets for the purposes of financial accounting. And 2, allocate $20,000 within the 21-22 draft annual business plan and budget to commence work on the development of the urban forest asset management plan. So this is from a resolution way back last year, and I thank Barry Cant and the Urban and Community team for this considered report. There's been a lot of work in it done, yes, a whole lot of consideration with both the environmental teams and the financial people. However, I'm disappointed, and it's not due to our staff, it's the whole structure, that there seems to be no way that trees can be capitalised for accounting purposes, as there currently seems to be no way to prove the future economic benefit, which is seen in rates, which results from tree coverage. We all know there's not only economic benefit, we know that, but there's environmental, heritage, social, community, biodiversity benefits, etc. In our trees. I think the Australian accounting standards are seriously deficient, as local government considers assets as, well, it is, because assets are only property, plant and equipment. So I accept that there's no alternative at the moment but to rationalise the City of Burnside's strategic tree management objectives into an urban forest asset management plan, which fits in underneath our new Burnside 2030 strategic plan and alongside the environmental sustainability strategy and the other strategies that we've got in place to do with the environment. I anticipate that this will follow the principles of asset management planning as has been outlined in all respects, and that this will result in funding levels to preserve, maintain and enhance our struggling tree canopy, with service levels and expertise provided in Burnside, while we continue the current work to protect what we have, while we cope with the challenges of our rampant planning and urban infill results and those from climate change. So our tree canopy's got a lot to cope with. I think this is a great way and suggestion for it to go. So hopefully you'll support this. Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Pickett.
I'm happy to second this. And I feel Councillor Davies shouldn't worry too much about them not being in the financial statements of the council. I think this motion gets her everything she wants. It gets trees at the table in regard to asset management plans. I actually don't think the fact that roads and curbs and all those other things, footpaths, sit in the balance sheet make any difference to how we take care of them. What does make a difference is that we do run them through asset plans, which we get right in the first place, then stick to and build over time. So I actually think what Councillor Davies sought to achieve in asking the question is actually achieved, and that is that we are going to devote, well, not that we don't now, but probably formalise it a bit more, devote trees, give trees the sort of weight in our operations that they do deserve. And the end game of that is that we will look after them, develop them, etc., like we currently do. So I think the motion does everything she wants, and if the accounting status catch up, so be it. But it doesn't really make a difference to us.
Councillor Lemon.
This was the one I wanted. No, I won't actually, because it was answered in the debate, so I'm quite happy with that. I too think that the Australian Accounting Standards is deficient in the sense that it's not taking into account environmental assets, because it's this is not something you can touch, feel, trade, potentially. But and I'm with Councillor Piggott in that this is in fact a good thing to do with our trees, but I'm really disappointed that we can't value them. I'm really disappointed that we can't put a monetary value on it. I mean, you've got in here a variety of ways that people have attempted that in both Melbourne and Brisbane and other places. But, given that climate change is such an issue, given that trees have such an effect on a particular area, and they have such an effect on heat islands, on environmental, in its immediate vicinity, I think it's really sad that we can't actually value them, either as individuals or in a forest. So thank you for this work, but I'm hoping that this is just the beginning. I'm hoping that there will be a monetary value for a mature tree in the future. So one wonders whether you have to get the accountants out of it and have the greens in it. So, I will support this.
Councillor Davis?
I think you'll find that that's the whole point of the motion, is to including attributing a financial value to trees. So the whole purpose of this is that we do value and place a value on the trees within the city of Burnside. And that's what's going to happen. If you have a look at, say item 33, point 33 on page 174, that's exactly what they're talking about doing. Now, what we'll get from that is a statement that we have, say, $100 million worth of trees in the city of Burnside. And then each year on top of that, we can say, well, we planted $1 million worth of trees, or say $500,000 worth of trees, and we have had an increase of 0.5%. And we assume that these trees grow at this value or this projected rate, and given their size, we now have an increase in the value of our trees in the city of Burnside by a certain percentage. Now, I find that calculation to be quite a useful metric, because then we as a council can decide whether because we'll talk about tree canopy and what we're doing, what's happening there. Is it disappearing or is it increasing? The number of trees where they are at the moment. I mean, in front of my place, they planted 3 new trees. And so does that mean that the number of trees in Burnside has now increased? What happens if they always remain small, or they're very small trees that never grow into large red gums, for example? So a red gum would be valued more highly than a small tree that only grows to 1 metre, for example, but they come into that metric. So what this does is, by attributing this calculation, is that we can then determine whether our canopy or the importance of trees is growing or reducing in the city of Burnside. From a financial accounting point of view, I'm sure Councillor Jones would be over the moon, because this would completely eradicate any of our depreciation. So what would happen from an accounting point of view is that we've got all these appreciating assets. So that means we don't have to account for depreciation anymore. So if we have $100 million worth of buildings that are going to expire in 10 years, that means we have to save $10 million every year to then replace them in 10 years' time. We now have trees which are increasing by $10 million of value, but then they die, right? So then trees die and they're worth nothing. So a tree over its life is worth $0 financially. It increases in value and then dies and it's worth $0. A building, on the other hand, we pay $1 million for it and it slowly decreases in value, so we lose $1 million. So there's no point in putting trees into your financials, because then you'll have an increase massively over its lifetime in value, and then it will die and you have this massive deficit. So if we had a whole lane worth of lemon-scented gums, for example, that got replaced, then we have this massive depreciation value in it, which just distorts our financials. So the net value of a tree is 0. Also, in its carbon emissions, the net value of a tree is 0. So I think this is going to be a useful metric. I think this is something we can communicate to our residents on, and I think that it sets a benchmark for us to then understand what our tree canopy is doing in the city of Burnside. So I think it's very valuable what's being proposed here. I commend it to you.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes.
I am not necessarily going to vote against the motion, but I do question, Councillor Davis has just said that it will provide value to our residents. I actually think some of the statistics around the number of trees we're planting, the number of trees that die per year, and all of those things would be just of much value to our residents, as opposed to, you know, going through and counting each single tree, looking at its life, this, that, and then timesing it by a factor, which is a scientific factor. And that dollar value doesn't, it has meaning, but it doesn't necessarily have meaning for all of our residents. So although I can see the value and the science behind it, I'm not sure whether our residents, that number necessarily has a meaning if we're not then going to use that for accounting purposes, which we're not. So look, I think having an asset management plan for our trees is very important. Speaking with a member of staff today, I think we actually currently spend about $1 million managing trees within the city of Burnside, which is a significant amount. We do value our trees, we do put a lot of effort into it. Can we do it better and have a look at that, you know, holistically? Yes, and I think it is actually a really important thing. But I think taking that extra step of assigning a financial value when we're not considering it as a financial asset doesn't quite sit right. It may have the support of the chamber. Will I vote against the motion this late at night just because it will have that? I'm undecided. I'll see where everyone goes. It's too late at night. But I think we should support it and do that management plan. But I do question in my mind whether there would be other better statistics that we could present to the community to demonstrate an improvement in our urban forest.
Councillor Henschke.
Thank you, Mayor. On page 179, paragraph 64.1 gives us an example of a calculation that says, for the purposes of potential prosecution, the tree has been determined to have a value of $148,000. So I'm just thinking about the ramifications of us collecting this data and what we're going to use this data for, and I'm seeing an example here that it could be used for prosecution perhaps. So my question is that reality? And also another question is, if we value a street tree in front of a property that's going to be developed, and the property developer needs a street tree removed to develop the property into 2 blocks, not 1, because that's what's going to happen, is there a possibility we can put a case to the developer that, you know, look, this tree is $148,000. Can we have negotiate a $10,000, $20, $50, whatever we like return? I just want to understand the ramifications of collecting this data and what we're going to do with it. Thank you.
I think as time goes on, the use for this data will evolve. I think the first aspect is, as you pointed out, in enforcement action. I think it, in terms of presenting to the court, it does lend us some weight to try and put a dollar value, and if nothing else, put the wind up people about, you know, think twice before you destroy your assets. I've just forgotten my second point. Developers. Yeah, sorry, thank you. Whilst I can't sit here and say that it's going to, we're going to achieve the values that are attributed to the trees in this formula, I absolutely can see us using it as leverage to try and get better outcomes for our ratepayers. And if it means we can lever funds out of ratepayers' pockets for the benefit of ratepayers, we'll try it. And I can see us using this as a lever to achieve that.
Councillor Cornish.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I support the motion as it stands, and I think it will be a fantastic metric for many researchers, actually. I'd like to see the correlation between property value and the value of trees in the city, and that correlation, that might promote more cities around Adelaide and around Australia to value trees more highly, because they'll get larger rates. You know, and I think by doing those quick, easy numbers will actually provide benefit to many in the community. So I'm hoping I'm trying to convince you here, Councillor Hughes. It's not quick and easy, but nothing valuable ever is. So I am supporting it. I think it's a great step forward, and we need to do this, and we need to lead in this space.
Councillor Jones.
Hey, this is the best council meeting ever. I would just like to say for the record, Australian accounting standards are deficient on multiple levels. Every time I go to an accounting standards update, I leave thinking that the lunatics have taken over the asylum. So I do wholly agree with you, but Councillor Hughes is right. Putting this stuff on the balance sheet tells you nothing. Where do you stop? The library. What value does the community put on value on the library? It's not just the value of the bricks and mortar and the books that we've bought. It's vastly more. But do we put that on the balance sheet? No. Where do we stop? Do we say Tusmore Park? Let's put a value on Tusmore Park based on what ratepayers think of it. And then do we say, but what about all the people from outside of Burnside who use it? Do we put a value on that? Do we say, actually, we'll say they only count as a fifth of a person because they're not Burnside residents or something? Where do you stop? It really doesn't tell you how to manage your council, putting everything on the balance sheet. I think it's useful for illustrative purposes, but I think there are other measures that we can use. And I think the fact we've actually started counting trees and condition reports is really good. But I think it's good having an asset management plan. Let's not put them on balance sheet though.
Councillor Dawes.
Oh, well, this will be the last item. I've worked it out. I'm going to get my two pieces. I remember that advertisement on TV, perhaps Councillor David can remember it, let's say 10 years ago, and a guy says, "I own a tree." You remember that one? And I thought that was so great, you know. I own 3 trees, and I'm so proud of the fact that I own 3 trees. Now, so I'm going to support the motion. I'm a tree lover from way back. But just so you understand, paragraph 60 on page 178 says this will take 4 years. So don't expect us within the next 6 months to have every tree valued. So on that basis, just want to remind the council that this is a 4-year project. Thank you.
Councillor Hubel.
Thank you, Worship. Look, there's been a lot of talk tonight about said value of trees being in the financial statements, and I think the report actually makes it quite clear that that's not something that is on the cards and we want to do. I think what's more important to talk about is the impact that, and look, I will say I love a good acronym, and quite frankly the UFAMP, the Urban Forest Asset Management Plan, is one of the favourites that I've got. I think what this does, it strengthens what we have. Urban forest is one of the most important things we have, reputationally, but also in our, in our efforts to manage the changing climate. It's a holistic review of the urban forest management framework, quoting from the report there. It complements also our new strategic plan and our priorities there. The value on trees, look, it could be dollars or it could be tree units. What it does is it recognises that not all trees are equal. What's more important than the number of trees planted or the number of trees cut down is, you know, the value that those trees have. That comes from their attributes, their aesthetics, where they are, the condition they're in. These value formulas take all these things into account. Cutting down one tree, planting something new.
I'm just looking at, we've got 10:30, we have to assess time, and we need to get this motion finalised before this. So I'm sorry I'm cutting you off, but
It's okay.
to get this one on.
Very good.
We need
And this is another wonderful initiative from our environmental team. So thank you to them.
Thank you, Paul. Sorry I didn't get any of that last little bit recorded. Apologies to those at home. Right, asset management strategy, that was Councillor Davey. Oh, sorry, we didn't vote. Those in favour, and I didn't go back to the person. I know, I'm just, sorry, Councillor Davey. Now I'm going back to you to summarise.
Thank you. Look, I won't say much other than to thank everybody for their contributions and for the general consensus around the room that this is a great piece of work. It's a great start on managing our trees. It will take 4 years to implement fully, but I think it's very innovative and hopefully you'll support it. Thank you.
Those in favour? Carried. I need a seconder.
So what was the motion?
That all further items be placed on the next agenda.
Yes.
Seconded by Councillor Lemon.
I'd like to speak against it.
Okay, thank you.
I just think, for the sake of it, it's clearly been asked by one of our general managers to debate it tonight. It is only 10:30. I think we should just get on and do it. So I feel that we shouldn't support this motion.
Anyone else wish to speak on this motion? Look, now we're wasting time, okay?
Look, I also want to speak against it. I think it is our duty to get through the work. We spent a lot of time on one motion. Obviously, and all motions deserve our full attention, but I think it is our duty to get through agendas, especially with staff present. So,
does anyone else wish to speak? Otherwise, I'm going to put the
I'll
motion.
speak to sum up.
Yes, go on then.
I don't think that we should just rush through things. At the end of the night, everyone gets rushed through motions, and that's how you don't consider things properly. If we spend that much time on, say, Tusmore waiting, like we spent the time well, and imagine if we spent the same time well on this asset management strategy. Because in the Tusmore stuff, we listened to the deputations, we spent the time listening to the community, and we spent the time to do the motion well. I don't think just rushing into 10:30 and clearing things out at the end of the agenda is actually serving our ratepayers well and getting through the work well. If we spend the time, then we spend the time. And I don't think that just flagging on by, like I know I'm pretty cooked at the moment, and I'm not going to be able to consider this motion properly. And so by forcing me to consider it, I think you're doing the residents a disservice. And I think that we can wait an extra couple of weeks for it to go out.
Right, I'm going to put the motion. Those in favour of putting this off until the next meeting, raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry to clarify.
Just for clarity, Madam Mayor, this motion is to essentially finish the meeting now and defer all business to the next meeting of council.
So those hands in the air, please, for those who wish to support that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, we're back to where we were before. I'm assuming that the other 6, those against it, please raise your hands. Because there's 6 hands that didn't go up before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to use my casting vote again because I do believe that we need to do this. We have a responsibility, as Councillor Hillwood said. And I don't think we were going to do this plan an injustice because I think it's extremely good. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Mayor.
Can I just say that if we can be brief and succinct. No, excuse me. Don't interrupt me. We can still make our points without having to speak for a very long time.
I'll be very brief and move that Council endorse the draft asset management strategy for community consultation. It's a great start. I didn't see it when it was circulated to elected members. I missed it, but and there's a couple of things I'd changed. I think there's not enough emphasis or any emphasis on heritage that I could find. And I'd certainly like it to be in larger font size because the printout I've got is, and reading it on the laptop, it's really small print. But it's certainly a great start. A lot of great work's gone into it, and I'll be happy to see the community feedback. Thank you.
Councillor Henschke, you wishing to second it?
Yes, I wish to second it and emphasise if we could have more, drill down more on the heritage breakdown of our heritage assets in there. It's a very high level roll-up of assets. It'd be great to see more of a breakdown in the state of our assets picture.
Is that an amendment?
No, an amendment. I'm just going to ask a question though. There's quite... Councillor Davey mentioned the lack of heritage focus in this document. Councillor Henschke has supported that concern, and this is going to be taken on notice by administration, I am assuming. That's the question I was about to ask.
Through Madam Mayor, the way I'm interpreting the comments is that this document is going out for community consultation, and during that period we'll be taking on board lots of feedback to be included in the final draft of the document.
No further amendment will happen to this if we pass this resolution. That's what the administration.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. If you adopt this motion tonight, you are endorsing this document to go out for community consultation, yes, which will provide everyone with the opportunity to give their input to inform the final document.
Right. We have a mover, we have a seconder. Who wishes to speak on this matter? Councillor.
Sorry, I have a question. So, this document, as approved at this meeting, is what's going out to community consultation. You're not going to amend it and then to put heritage in and send it out.
Councillor Cornish?
I'd just like to thank the administration for some great work.
I agree. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this matter at this point? No one? Then I'll go back to Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I'll move that, ask that you support this, and just hope that we can produce it in a bigger font, and there'll be lots of, I think, feedback in the community feedback if there is lack of heritage reference, and we can address it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Those in favour of this document going out? Right. Those against? Carried. Yes, Councillor Carbone.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move a motion that we move to item 13.1.
I'm actually going to suggest that we go to 11.9 and just follow the order, right? Rather than we leave the motions on notice for next meeting.
I'm happy to move that motion. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to move, now where are we? 11. Thank you. It's just getting there. 259.
Is this one urgent?
Yes, it is. But we agreed this was one that needed. I move the officer's recommendation, but I want to add an increased cost or authorisation fee to part 2 to become, because this is already infrastructure in place, and we need to give them authorisation, and as part of that, it's our right to charge a fee. I understand there's huge advertising profits made, and you know the revenues raised are significant, and I think we should actually be raising the revenue to 10k per installation, so 10,000 rather than 1,000, that we make it $1,000, no, $10,000, sorry, per installation. So that's my only cost to as a revenue stream, and to make sure that it's we get some benefit out of the advertising that's going on in our area. I don't know if you agree. I think it's a great idea, and we've got every right, I would imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, to say we can do this. So hopefully you'll support this. to gain some revenue for other things in Burnside.
Councillor Henschke?
Oh, sorry, seconding? No, I'm not seconding. I was going to no.
Right, is there anyone willing to second the motion as Jane has amended it, or Councillor Davey has amended it? Councillor Carbone?
I'm happy to amend. I'm happy to second it. Can I ask a question though, as that was well? To the CEO, just to get a bit of a benchmark feel. We don't really have any billboards in Burnside, but if someone was to erect a billboard, what are the just like for like? What are the costs associated from a council perspective in terms of fees and charges? How does it work when it comes to billboards and things?
Yeah, through Madam Mayor, I'll refer that to Mr. Cooper.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd have to take some advice on notice in terms of those costs. Obviously, other councils such as Unley do have probably more experience than we have in Burnside. The fees here are as proposed or amended, as Councillor Davey has suggested. There are no restrictions on how we arise those at those fees. There are no conditions under the Local Government Act that require us to maintain them in line with our costs. So at the moment they are, that is an option.
Councillor Piggott.
Well, the question sort of humour me here. Could you give me an example of something or someone or, that would incur the $10,000 fee that's now being proposed? And if I can stick a second one in there, where did the 1,000 come from? The 6,000 that was clear, and perhaps forgive me if the report answers both those questions, but give me an example of who's going to get this $10,000 blister we're about to put up.
Certainly through the chair. The $1,000 was a recommendation of council. Again, we haven't got any prior experience of charging these fees in this particular instance. The advice that we've received from Normans is that we should have two charges, one being an annual cost for a permit and the other one being a one-off fee for the authorisation of the installation of the infrastructure that's been approved. That's correct. Now, in the case of Burnside, we have 9 Telstra payphones installed already, and there is a legal argument to say that those have not been authorised already. So it's part of the conversation down the line in terms of whether we can retrospectively apply those fees after the installations have actually occurred.
So this would be 10,000 now to start the process, 6,000 every year for the rest of their lives type thing.
That's correct, yes.
Yep. Thank you. Cheers.
Councillor Henschke.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm quite uncomfortable about this topic because one of those 9 Telstra billboard signs was erected in a heritage conservation zone right smack down in the middle of a roundabout, next to a roundabout, and the residents are very upset. That's a Dulwich. So my question is, we, by carrying this motion, does this mean that that particular sign and any other sign can go in without any consultation with the community, in particular in these heritage areas? Because they do change the amenity of the area. Suddenly we've got not McDonald's, but we have, in your face, a heritage a zone with a village feel, and now you've got a smoke mart feel.
Through Madam Mayor, I'll pass it to Mr. Cooper.
Thank you. Through the chair, legislation has determined that these are low impact facilities. So Telstra have the legal right to install those facilities on the public realm. What this particular item is concerned around is the fact that they are using those facilities to advertise commercially, which isn't covered by the Telecommunications Act. So this report seeks to introduce approved fees by council that we can subsequently take to Telstra to seek recompense for the public realm being used for commercial advertising purposes. So the fact that that infrastructure is already in place has been done legitimately. So that's not the issue here. We've moved past that. The payphones that are in place at the moment are are allowed to be there. It's just the case of us now putting a claim against the use of those facilities.
Councillor Jones.
I'm going to speak against this motion as it currently stands. I'm really, really worried about us changing dollar figures on the fly late at night. You know, the administration came up with $1,000 per structure. Councillor Carbone suggested it's $10,000 per structure. Councillor Davey did. Well, why don't we make it $100,000 a structure or $1 million a structure? And we hate Telstra. Don't make it 6,000. Let's make it 60,000. I mean, we cannot just do this. Telstra presumably, or people will, you know, will not look kindly upon this. And if we come up with ludicrous fees that have no justification, we're going to end up in court, because I'm sure they've got lawyers who are clever enough to say, these guys just taking decisions on the fly late at night, it's all recorded on YouTube. I just don't think it's a very good idea. We need to get something from the administration as to how they came up with these dollar figures, and maybe there's a kind of industry council standard and we can benchmark ourselves against interstate councils or other councils, NSA or the LGA, but I don't think we can just make up, you know, telephone book numbers late at night because we think it's fun to pick on Telstra and everyone hates them because they're a giant multinational. So I will vote against this motion.
I'm just going to ask a question of a governance officer. It sounds to me like maybe we should be laying this on the table until next time and give the administration a little more time to make perhaps comparisons to other councils and what they're doing. So I'm just wondering if this is something that we could possibly defer or lay on the table. I can't remember what the words are.
Could I ask a question? Could I ask a question?
Yeah, I'm just asking a question first. Sorry. Yes, I know there's Councillor Hughes and then Councillor Lemon. Okay.
In spite of the
I'm going to go to, well, can I have Councillor Hughes to speak next?
I was going to state that it's in the report 31 and 32 that state that Adelaide have a $6,000 fee per annum, but I was going to make a point similar to Councillor Jones. Can't believe I've potentially agreed with you twice tonight. But I guess I have a question for the administration around, it seems like we've sought legal advice around having these two different fees. Do we have to have a basis for those fees? And I know I'm asking you to look into your crystal ball, but is there potential ramifications for us setting fees that, as I think Councillor Jones brought up, that we then potentially end up in a legal battle with these people and it costs us more than the $90,000 that we're going to recoup from charging them the $10,000?
Through the chair, thank you for your question. Under the Local Government Act, section 188(1), there are a number of things that council may impose fees and charges for. This particular item falls under section F, which refers to any authorisation, licence or permit granted by the council. There are no other determinations in terms of how those fees are going to be fixed or referenced to costs of council, so it does sit within the council's delegation to set those fees as it chooses to do so. As we've said, the 6,000 has been benchmarked against Adelaide City Council, which is the only other council that has such a fee. The $1,000 was a proposal recommendation put forward by the administration for the one-off authorisation fee, but as I've already said, that fee is open to a review by council. Of course, the payphone facilities from Telstra, Telstra will argue that that's a facility for the community and it has to be financially viable for them to invest in that technology and install it for the community to use and for it to be financially sustainable for them. We do know that commercial advertising is very lucrative, and what these fees, as proposed by the administration, do is to try and seek some compensation for the community for the use of their facilities from that revenue that's being made.
Councillor Lemon.
I actually have two questions, but I'll start with the second one actually. Is it possible for us to say we don't want advertising in the city of Burnside? can we actually say, no, put your payphones here, you will not advertise. We are an advertising-free zone. Is that possible?
Through Mayor, I'll refer that to Mr Cooper.
Thank you. Through the chair, Telstra is able to, under the Telecommunications Act, advertise its own services and facilities. That provision is provided under the Act, so we couldn't stop all advertising. But in terms of the commercial advertising that we're looking to request a permit for, then absolutely we could. Again, we'd have to take that through the courts possibly to seek that determination, as along with all the other local councils that have got these installations in place.
Yes, Councillor Henschke.
Thank you, Mayor. If this gets carried, could the revenue generated at each one of these 9 sites go back into the community at that locale to, for example, improve open space?
Yeah, through Madam Mayor, it would be Council's discretion to distribute the funds as they wished.
Now, Councillor Lemon, back to you.
Thank you.
Sorry, wait a minute. I've got Councillor Cornish and then back to you.
I do have a question of the administration, if I could. We charge for the installation of bollards, safety bollards for outdoor dining. For a restaurant, what's the rough cost to install bollards in the public realm?
Through the chair, we'll check that on our fees and charges. We think it was about 1,500, but we'll just check that. Yep.
Okay, Councillor Henschke, your question, and then it's Councillor Hubel.
Thank you, Your Worship. Look, at a holistic level, this really seems to be a case of the tail wagging the dog. I think we're looking at this. I think these, these phone boxes with the advertising on them were popped in, and now we're looking at how do we do it properly. It's really like a retrospective planning approval, which I'm really not a fan of either. Unfortunately, I don't feel comfortable voting for this motion as it stands. The $10,000 from the 1,000 is just too much of a jump at short notice for me. I was very happy with the 1, but jumping it up to 10, I don't feel that I've really considered the implications of deviating from the officer's recommendation that much. So I'm sorry I can't support this, even though I'm very sympathetic to its intent.
Now, Councillor Lemon.
Thanks. My original question when I first, because of the first reading from this, was has anybody done any work on the impact to residents of 24 hours a day digital displays? What sort of light spill issues might there be from this? Because I think it's quite important that we know that before we decide to take on advertising. And I think that if there's one of these in front of somebody's house, we need to know the implications. So has anybody done, this is a question, I'm not speaking to the motion, so, but there doesn't appear to be anyone paying attention.
Look,
So.
I think it's really interesting because the light spill issue in terms of local government rules and regulations is a really difficult one anyway. You know, we have problems with people who have light spills from the next door neighbour and there's nothing we can do about it. So I would be also very interested in the answer to this question in relation to light spill.
Light spill?
Did you manage to hear
Mr.
that,
C?
Mr. Cooper?
Yes, through the chair. I don't believe there has been any investigation into that. All of these installations, to my knowledge, are at 90-degree angles to any properties that adjoin those. So they're facing the traffic. That's where they're getting the commercial advertising revenue from, facing the traffic going along those roads. But it's certainly something I could seek an answer to and come back to you, but I'd have to take it on notice.
Right, I don't have any names down here now.
Then
Right.
I'll speak after his question.
You can speak because he doesn't, until he sits down, he can't ask a question.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Lemon.
I'll speak. I won't support this because I think there's a bit, I don't know that we have to do this in a hurry. I think this can probably wait a couple of weeks and we can get some more information back. But for a start, we can get information back on the $10,000. So what's too much? How much is too much? I'd really like to get information back on what are the repercussions if we say we want Burnside to be an advertising-free zone. And I really want to get information back on light spill and potential lack of amenity for anyone that happens to be close to one of these phone boxes. On my street, Lestrange Street, Glenunga High School has got a big sign that is a digital sign in colour, the biggest television set in the world, and it's 24/7. And the houses across the road, and they would be 30 metres, 40 metres away, are impacted by this. So having a thing that's 90 degrees and facing outwards, I really want to know what that's going to do to the people that are actually living behind it before we say, yes, we'll make some money on this, because I would hate this council to actually be making money at the expense of somebody. They might have to have triple glazing and get drapes and blinds and outside blinds as well because it's too hard for them. So let's actually make a decision on this once we've got some more information. So I would actually like to move that this be deferred to the next meeting, if that is in fact acceptable to administration, so that you can come back to us with a bit more detail about cost, a bit more detail about light spill, a bit more detail about whether we can in fact say no. Is that acceptable to you?
Through the chair. Sorry.
Adjourn to the next meeting, yes, thank you.
If I could also recommend that it was perhaps the second meeting in February,
Yep.
because it would be probably too late to actually
Okay.
get this in time for the next one.
Okay.
Sorry?
So I'm just making a
Isn't this a formal motion? She's
a formal.
It's a formal motion.
Yes.
Hasn't she spoken to the motion already?
Yes. All right. This formal motion. This will be adjourned to the second meeting in February.
No, you can't. You don't get to speak to a formal motion. So I don't think Councillor Lemon can move a formal motion after she's spoken.
If that will get around that technicality.
Okay. Councillor Pearce moving that it be adjourned. We need a seconder.
No, you can't. You've spoken.
Councillor Dawes, you haven't spoken. Would you mind seconding this? It was adjourned.
I will second.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if I had to check if you'd spoken or not, that was all. All right, so you've seconded it? All those in favour?